Hello everyone, this is Aegon of Astora, and welcome back to my blind playthrough of Sekiro. This is episode number 13, being recorded on Saturday the 3rd of August. I hope you're all having a fantastic day whenever it is you find yourself watching this. We do have a few things to do before we start trying to face the final bosses again. I have a list here to my right, and there's not that many things on our list, but in doing a bunch of farming off camera, because they did a ton of farming off camera, as you can see based on the sen that we have, as well as the experience levels, but also based on the fact that our attack power is now 16. But as you can see, oh, don't you dare! We found Black Cat Badger Friend. And he doesn't look like he's in the most tremendous condition. So we might as well take these friends out just so that they don't mess with Black Cat Badger Friend. Hi, friend!
Badger.
Look who it is. I couldn't take it. Too many rats swarming in out of the wood.
Aww.
Isshin must have terrified him. That's why. I gone and done something a little out of character.
What happened?
Those mangy rats. They were closing in on a little kid. So I saved him. And now look at me.
Aww.
Guess the great Black Hat Badger story ends here. I gotta thank you. Take what you want when I'm gone. I would give it to you now, but...
Aww. A rip Black Cat Badger Friend. I was hoping we were still going to be able to buy some things from him, hence all the sen that we've been carrying around. 61,000. Well, rip friend, I don't see... Which kids are you talking about? Those are the friends that he killed, presumably. Maybe with this rock here. Hopefully the child he saved got away. Mibu Pilgrimage Balloon. Mibu Balloon made in the year of the Dragon Spring Pilgrimage, sealed with a prayer for a healthy upbringing. Those splashed with the water will enjoy increased gains of all sorts for a time. On it is crudely scrawled, to Tenkichi from Badger. So I want to assume that Tenkichi is the name of Black Cat Badger's kid. And that's not meant to refer to us or something. So it looks like it's single use. And does it give you all of these different... More coin, higher chance of obtaining items, higher chance of obtaining spirit emblems, and more resurrective. So it's like the ultimate farming tool, essentially. Yep. Well, that would have been useful to to have while I was doing all that farming, but oh well. So again, while farming, I went to go see if I could get some more rice from False Dragon's Heritage Rejuvenating Child Friend, and she seems to be in rather poor condition.
I'm glad you've come, Shinobi of the Divine Air.
What's wrong?
It is... nothing serious. More importantly, your rice.
Hold on. You don't look well. Rest.
Yes, I understand.
What can I do?
What?
Is there something I can get you?
Well, then I'd like to eat a persimmon.
Oh, I got a few of those. I have several persimmons. Which one do you want?
You've come to visit Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Yeah, here, enjoy it.
I found a persimmon.
Truly? You brought me a persimmon.
Eat.
Yes. Thank you.
He's so stern. Eat.
It's sweet and delicious.
Good.
Shinobi, hold out your hand.
But,
No need to hesitate. Hold out
Oh,
your
she's
hand.
better already?
alright.
A bountiful harvest for you.
Thank you.
I thank you, Shinobi of the Divine Air. The crop is plentiful, thanks to the persimmon you gave me. I ask that you also give some to the Divine
Oh, well, that's gonna be a problem.
Heritage.
I will.
Aw, rice for Kuro. Rice that has spilled forth from the hand of the divine child of rejuvenation, intended to be a gift for Kuro. Rice is precious. I want nothing more than for the divine heir of the dragon's heritage to get better. Kuro would likely be pleased to receive it. Hopefully he's alright after the boss fight and stuff, and that we can give this to him. Ashina persimmons are particularly nutritious, perhaps because the trees grow in such pure water. Persimmons become blood. Blood becomes rice. So the persimmons are the source of her blood? She had no blood and therefore could not produce any rice. That's crazy.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, you are welcome here.
I've brought a persimmon.
Oh my.
Eat it.
Yes, I will. Oh my. This is
What?
so wonderfully sweet and delicious.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
Are truly crimson gems. I apologize.
Oh.
I've brought a persimmon.
Oh my.
Eat it.
Yes, I will. There's nothing quite like a persimmon. Nothing is so delicious.
I see.
Farewell, Shinobi of the Divine Air. May the harvest be plentiful wherever your path may lead.
Alright, well, I hope you enjoyed the persimmons, friend. I suspect we might have screwed up the quest line somewhere along the way. That maybe we should have been more actively asking her for rice. Unless we're supposed to give this to Kuro after the boss fight, we might have screwed this part up. But that's okay. In thinking a little bit more about the Great Carp thing, and where the heck the Great Carp could possibly be, because we looked all throughout the Fountainhead Palace, and I couldn't find the Great Carp anywhere. But then I was looking at the antique map. If you look at the Fountainhead Palace, there's a little waterfall, and where does it lead? To the Sunken Valley. So, it occurred to me that maybe we should go check the Sunken Valley. And surely enough, how did he get, like, I know he was big before, but oh my gosh, that is one ginormous fish now. We didn't exactly defeat it. Great White Whisker, a priceless white whisker taken from the Great Colored Carp. While the Great Carp is naturally immortal, if killed, its whiskers can be plucked. The sound of the whisker being removed is surely music to the ears of certain people. Some would feel relief at the sound of their mission being completed. Others, the joy of having their heart's desire granted. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, we just plucked a whisker from the poor great carp. So, rip. I still don't quite know how the great carp got here. It does seem ridiculous, but if we go back to the item that we poached from this spot, it was in the cave over there. It's this right here, and it says that this is the place where the fountainhead waters pool deeply. So again, it occurred to me just thinking about that and looking at the map that, wait, maybe we should go check for the great carp here, because he was clearly no longer in the Fountainhead Palace. But yeah, rip friend, let's go back to the feeding grounds and see what's going on over there. Oh, I'm so sorry, friend. I really am. Yep.
Hello. I come bearing some very bad news. Master. 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 Master.
Oh no. I'm so sorry, friend. Oh, we did this. Oh.
Master.
Oh. I'm sorry.
At last.
What?
At last. My duties are complete. I am grateful.
I'm so confused. Divine grass, beautiful. So that's it? Okay. Oh, keep forgetting that I have my homeward idol equipped already. Hi, friend.
You've been through so much, Father. Though it may not be for eternity, my sister and I will always be with you. So please, Father, rest now.
I hope that both of you have a very good rest, friends. Oh my gosh. I was gonna pour out some, we'll get that ready for later, so that I don't forget. Because we haven't really poured out any rice for anyone in a little while, so we'll have to pay our respects to everyone that we killed. Well, not everyone that we killed, because we'd be pouring out a lot of rice in that case. But all of the NPCs that have sort of passed on as a result of our actions in this game, we will go back and pay some respect. But for now, the reason we're not doing it yet is that we have another NPC to potentially take out. So let's go do that now. in preparing for this episode, I did a bunch of just traveling around. Well, what's under here? Oh, fish, friends. Did a bunch of traveling around looking for, you know, things I'm... Whoa, that's a quick fish. Things I might have missed. And I came across these friends. And the one guy had some dialogue. Not Dogen, Dojun. And I guess I sort of exhausted it by stumbling into him and then running away. But rather than taking them on head on, let's go to Senpo Temple and try and see if we can get a backstab on one of them. We are about to pay the price for permitting Dojun to perform unethical experiments on... Oh, what's his name? Song friend. I can't remember his name. Oh, I guess we can't sneak up on those friends. This is a different spot. I think this is further on in the waterway. Whoops. There really is no way of sneaking up on these friends. Once again, I thought it was so clever. I can't tell if that's a ragdoll or if they, like, hung that body there for some reason. Come this way, friend. Oh, I thought we could maybe lure him because the other guy hadn't seen us yet. Ouch! Nice work, friend. Ouch, well done, guys. Rip, friend. I'm sorry for... All he wanted was to be able to hear a shamisen live in concert. And I couldn't let him have that. It's a very simple request, really.
I am sorry, Master. I've failed you.
Really? I should be the one apologizing, friend. Academic's red lump. A round red lump found inside the body of red-eyed Dojun. Consumed to gain red eyes and reduce flinching from enemy attacks, but also prohibits the use of resurrection. Dosaku and Dojun were the quintessential master and disciple. Often when pursuing the ideal self, one need only look within. Alright then. Rip friends, I apologize for facilitating this murderous rampage and unethical research, but yeah. So let's see what this... I assume it's a multi-use version. Oh, weird. Oh, Jinzaemon, that was his name. The red mass will not mold nor wither, and though it does no harm, it will likely remain in the stomach even after its potency has worn off. I wonder what the difference is between them. Whoa, that's freaky. Oh my gosh. That really is freaky. I'm still not sure I understand what happened here, but we might as well pour one out. Or pour two out, one for Dasaku. No, one for Jinzaemon and one for Dojun. Rip friends. I suspect that's everyone. I might have missed one or two people whose deaths we were responsible for, but yeah, for the time being, I can't remember anyone else other than Isshin Ashina potentially, but I guess like that's just a vessel, his body. His soul is inside of Genichiro. Yeah. That whole thing is weird. I still haven't wrapped my mind around that just yet.
Restore Ashina to glory. Yes, that's it. Your strength. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
I too have a duty that I must uphold. Farewell.
I forgot that his first attack is with his mortal blade and that you have to jump over it. And then in the middle of the boss fight, I started trying to scratch my ear. and as a result, I knocked off my headphones. So I was trying to adjust that all the while, yeah, trying to do something about the fact that we were off to a really bad start. So let's try that again, shall we? Okay, so we need to jump over this first attack. Oh, gosh darn it, I didn't do it right. Oh, dreadful start. Really just a dreadful start. Because he's actually pretty predictable. Oh my god, okay, let's start over.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Too early on that.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Okay, that wasn't bad.
Count Sekiro.
Ouch! Trying to heal here, friend. Still don't quite understand why he says after he's resurrected, so Sekiro, that means that I must destroy you. But why? Because his friggin' grandson wished it? It doesn't seem... Because he... Oh my god, Kuro's body's on the floor there? Are you kidding me? Gosh, not sure how to dodge that. It's also really hard to get any space to heal against him. Oh, come on, friend. Ouch. You are a fitting final boss, friend. That's terrible.
Hesitation is defeat.
Yep. I have a feeling this is going to take a while. Because you really just have to get to know his moveset, I think. And you really, unlike in between the various different phases of the Demon of Hatred boss fight, you don't have time to sort of replenish all your buffs. So that makes things very difficult, I think. I still feel so silly for using that red lump and thinking that it was an infinite use item when it's not. Whoops.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh, gosh darn it.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed. Yes, that's it. Your strength. Count Sekiro.
Or maybe he does give you time. Friend, that hurts. Oh, crud. All right, I'll take that.
Now my blood boils. Face me, Sekiro.
Ouch! Gosh darn it. Yeah, I'm not doing tremendously well against the second phase here. Oh, where'd he go? Yes! Oh my god, we made it to the last phase. Oh no, he's about to jump towards us. No, no wonder. Oh my gosh. There's like a bridge there. Where does this bridge go? I assume nowhere? Oh, crud. Oh, we're dead. We are so dead.
I will restore Ashina to glory. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Probably our best job against Genichiro thus far.
Count Sekiro.
Oh, crud. Oh, that hurts. Ouch.
Oh, my blood boil! Haste me, Sekiro! Not allow Ashina to be crushed. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
that was stupid of me. Ouch.
Face me, Sekiro.
Dreadful. Meant to heal, obviously. Ouch! Oh, that really hurt. Oh. Shouldn't be trying to trade blows with them. Oh, come on. What the hell? He attacked me before powering up to his second phase? That's not cool at all. It must have been something having to do with me pausing it. Messed it up somehow. Oh, come on. The frame rate in this phase of the boss fight is so dreadful. Gosh darn it. So that does a ton of posture damage, but the problem is not getting obliterated by him while doing it. It's very difficult to do. We are almost out of Akko's sugar.
Now my blood boils. Face me, Sekiro.
Oh, come on. Gosh darn it. Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. I honestly don't even know how to handle this last phase. And I've been doing this boss fight for so long that I just don't want to... I really just don't want to screw it up. No, come on. I blocked that. Gosh darn it. Pointless buffing yourself if you're just gonna die. No! Come on, Aegon. No! I did a Mikiri counter there for some reason. Like, the game just...
Hesitation is defeat. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed. Count Sekiro.
God damn it.
Now my blood boils. Face me, Sekiro.
Oh. Yes! Sorry, friend. Oh, seppuku?
Do it! Well done, Sekiro.
Ah, rip, friend. You were pretty strong. Whew. We did it, friends. I honestly can't even believe that we did it. I thought this was going to take all night. I started recording, I think it was around 2:33. It's now 7:30. So I've been fighting this boss for like 4 hours or something like that. Oh, and I'm sweating. Again, not quite buckets, but I'm definitely sweating. Memory, Saint Isshin. At his peak, Isshin Ashina devoted himself to deadly conflict in pursuit of strength. A single-minded killing machine of a man. Dragon Flash, combat art that performs a high-speed cut from a sheath stance. charged to send out shockwaves, cost spirit emblems to use. In his younger years, Isshin was a devil with the sword, spending his days in pursuit of life or death combat. He often ruminated on how a cut should be made, but his blade always moved first. So, there's Kuro. I'm assuming now we need to pick our ending. Although, it's possible that I've not satisfied the conditions in order to access an ending other than the one that appears to be before us. Hi, Lord Kuro friend, are you doing okay?
Wolf, where are you?
Right here, friend.
I am at your side.
Just got some dragon tears in my pocket. Does he just die now? I guess he was essentially mortally wounded. Oh no. Oh, friend.
My sworn shinobi. Now.
Oh.
Sever these ties of immortality.
Oh. Rip, friend. Yep, so we are now the sculptor. Just as I figured.
Every Buddha I carve is an incarnation of wrath.
I think it is best that you have this. No doubt, the day will come. When a shinobi arrives, seeking strength.
Yeah, so I was actually bang on with my theory about this story. That's pretty interesting. That we would replace the sculptor in the end. So again, even though, yes, it's not a Souls game in the strict sense of the word, or of the term, my understanding of the Souls games, as built since 2013, 6 years now, is such that I was able to see several things coming. And this is something that we'll certainly talk about a little bit later in the episode with Casitive, because she will be joining us to have a quick discussion about a few things before we wrap things up. But it is interesting to me, because on the one hand, my understanding of Souls disadvantaged me in various ways in terms of the gameplay, but it did actually help me to see the story before it unfolded, so I'm actually very intrigued by that. And it does show that, at least to some degree, FromSoft is very particular about the themes in their story, or maybe particular is not the word. But they like hammering home certain themes. And if you play enough of the games, then eventually these themes will sort of come full circle. Not sure if that makes any sense, because I am definitely out of it after having just fought this boss for so very long. I definitely will say that I enjoyed the game in the overall, but certainly there were moments during this playthrough when just dying over and over and over and over again to the same boss, just wondering whether it was all worth it. Generally speaking, when I start a playthrough on my channel, I finish it. That's always been the thing. Like, I'm going to finish Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore, even though it's probably going to take another 2 years or something. It all depends on what sort of job I'm able to get after I finish my dissertation and graduate, but yeah, it was really tough at certain points to keep going. Even today, while fighting this boss, I really enjoyed the boss, but it annoyed me so much that you had to keep fighting Genichiro, because it not only kind of didn't make sense from a gameplay mechanics perspective and a game world perspective, the fact that we were just watching the same events unfold over and over again. It was also just... like, Genichiro wasn't difficult, but if you missed 1 or 2 moves, then you were essentially leaving yourself with no healing wares for the Lord Isshin fight. So I don't know, I have very mixed feelings about this entire game. I certainly enjoyed the experience in the overall. I think that's the best way of articulating it, that I very much enjoyed the experience in the overall. I thought the story was very interesting, if a bit predictable, but there were moments where I was just like, why the hell am I playing this game? I'm not enjoying this. And I do think that we've seen a gradual escalation in terms of FromSoft and how they treat boss fights, and how, you know, going from Dark Souls 1 to some of the DLC bosses and whatnot in Dark Souls 2 and 3, and it's just like, gosh, like, it doesn't need to be that difficult. Again, I suppose that's the reason for my mixed feelings towards this game, is that as I'm dying to these bosses over and over and over again, I'm thinking to myself, I have all these other things I need to do. And, you know, the last few episodes took so long to record because I just died to bosses over and over again. So it's not only that it takes so long to record, much longer than what you actually see in the episode, but also because then you also have to edit together, you know, 30 or 40 deaths in a way that's at least mildly interesting. And so very difficult to separate my feelings on the game, full stop, from my feelings of the game as a series for YouTube, as a playthrough as a series for YouTube. Because it's not an easy game, but if I wasn't recording, then I could put it down and go away for a while and do something else and then come back to it. But because my time is so limited in doing this, I'm just like, it just gets you more and more frustrated. Each time you die, the frustration just mounts. Sekiro the One-Armed Wolf. Is that what Sekiro is supposed to mean?
Shinobi, open your eyes. For the sake of your master.
So one thing that is very interesting about this is that whereas in Dark Souls, there is more or less an in-game story justification for New Game Plus, don't know that there is one in this game. So obviously we're going to lose certain items, but we've also kept others. Oh, I should have... Whoops. Traded in the memory. Charm received from Kuro, placed on the wolf's person in secret after he lost his life in Hirata Estate, and gained the power of resurrection. The charm has protected the wolf well, tempering his ordeals. To part with it would mean facing a path of hardship beyond that endured thus far. That's a new item, which is very interesting. So I don't know, maybe that runs counter to what I just suggested. Maybe there is an in-game story justification for New Game Plus. So we have to get to the Moonview Tower.
That shinobi at the bottom of the well. We didn't shackle him, restrain him, nothing. That doesn't worry anybody?
Not at all.
Nothing to be concerned about, guys.
Unarmed. He has completely lost his will.
Indeed, that guy is no trouble at all. Nothing to be concerned about.
Loyal Wolf, were you gravely injured? Afterward?
After what?
Do you not remember that night?
I do not.
No. We'll talk about it later. Right now, we must escape Ashina Castle.
As you say.
There's a secret passage beneath the moat bridge that will take us out of the castle. Lord Isshin told me about it once. I ask you to find that secret passage. Once you find it, signal me with a reed whistle. You know, like you used to long ago. I will join you as soon as I hear it. Wolf, do you have something for me?
All right, I'm actually kind of impressed, but also confused, because I don't recall that initial question about the Hirata estate, but it's possible that the reason for that, sorry, trying to look at the camera, but the thing's in the way. It's possible that I'm forgetting just because recall that when we recorded the first episode, there was a gap of about a month and a half or something like that until we recorded the second episode, because in between I had to have surgery and deal with a couple other things, so it's possible that's why I don't remember it. But I don't seem to recall him mentioning the Hirata estate last time, but I could be remembering that incorrectly.
This is for you, my lord.
It's from that time. So you noticed then. I see.
I'd like to ask that you keep this for me, my lord.
But this charm has protected you all this time. It's held your suffering at bay. I do not wish for you to suffer any more than you already have. That is why I ask you to keep it in your possession.
Oh, this is interesting. I wonder what the consequences of this, because, yeah, I don't remember this at all. We'll hold on to it for now, friend.
I see. I will keep it for a while longer.
Yes, please do so. Knowing that you possess it is a comfort.
Alright, well, I guess you have to give it to FromSoft that at least they did something a little bit different here. Interesting that we still have our healing gourds, so it's not something that we have to do again.
There's a secret passage.
Alright, I'll get it. Okay, yes sir.
Wolf.
No, I don't have anything for you. Sorry, friend. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There's the Buddha fire. We can't sit at it, though. The Buddha fire is here. I guess I just didn't see it when we were first playing through this area because I didn't know what a Buddha fire was until we made it to the dilapidated temple.
Wolf, you found it. Now let us leave this place.
Yes, my lord.
To think that this is the only way, to run from the fated bloodline, is the only answer.
Indeed, friend.
Where shall we go once we're away from the castle? I suppose the first thing we should do is cross the Ashina border. Or perhaps we should hide somewhere. What do you think?
Whatever you desire,
Whatever I desire? That's the wolf I know.
my lord.
Oh, nothing. I was just reminiscing. Onward, then.
So the cycle in this game. Is it that people will always come for Kuro? Oh, no. Because there was another... Lord Takeru was the Kuro before Kuro. So who's gonna come after Kuro, I wonder? I don't know. Hello, Mr. Genichiro. Long time no see.
The divine heir. Last we stood together was your uncle's funeral.
Lord Genichiro. Thank you.
Leave this to me.
I'm very intrigued to see what happens if you beat him. Not that I think we're going to beat him.
So the noble shinobi stands in our way.
Let's see.
You face Genichiro Ashina.
Oh! Whoops. Ouch! Oh, I ran right into that. Oh, not doing well here, friends. No. Waste of a heal. Ouch! There's one. I don't know if we'll be able to get the second one, though.
I will not be defeated. I cannot.
Oh, crud. Now's the time to use our rice. Wow. So what happens now, friend?
Bastard.
Oh, the Nightjar gets... Oh, you cheap. Wow, no honor at all. That's pretty cool, though, the fact that they allow for that possibility.
A shinobi'd know the difference between honor and victory.
As though he were talking directly to
The
me.
divine heir is coming with me.
Fair enough, friend. I'll bet he heals during invasions in Dark Souls as well. Do you get anything special, though, I wonder, for defeating him?
What is this?
So you're awake. Looks like death is not your fate, just yet.
Good to have you back, sculptor friend. I'd rather not be the one doing your job. Remnant Saint Isshin, one who returns from the great beyond, does so at the peak of their prosperity. Isshin coveted strength and all manner of techniques throughout his mortal struggle. He wished for war until his final hour, and that is precisely what he got. I think that's going to do it for today. So, I'm going to pass it over now to me of the future, who is going to be with Casitive to have a brief discussion about the playthrough and about the game more generally. So thank you all very, very much for joining me, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, it's now 3 weeks later, and I'm joined by Casitive. Hello Casitive.
Hey everybody, how are you?
I assume that they're doing tremendous, or at least I certainly am, because I'm very excited to discuss Sekiro with you. But before we get to that, I guess just a couple of housekeeping items first. Starting with this comment from Traceries. Traceries writes, if you get past the Snake Eyes mini-boss in the Poison Swamp before defeating the first Guardian Ape, then Guardian Ape 2.0 will not have spawned, and you can move freely into the next area. Additionally, the Nightjar Spirit Friends do not spawn either at the beginning of the Hidden Forest or in the Mibu Village, until, I think, after Guardian Ape 2.0 is defeated. So that's an interesting change, though not sure what it means. This is how things unfolded in my playthrough at least. So at the time when I originally read this comment, my plan was not to play through New Game Plus, for all the reasons that I laid out either in this episode or the episode prior, which are essentially that I just don't have the time, unfortunately. But in reading through this comment and thinking about the fact that as I'm moving a week from today in with my fiance, and so my apartment is in utter disarray right now, and it's pretty much empty. Thankfully not so empty that there's an echo, or at least none that I can detect while wearing headphones right now. But I figured that because I'm moving and then continuing with this hardcore everyday writing 10, 11 hours a day until I finish my dissertation, it's going to be a while until there is any new created specifically for YouTube content on my channel. I am planning on doing a stream or two during that period because my fiance thankfully has a much better internet connection than that which I have in my current apartment. But I wanted to mark what is essentially the end of an era, because I've been living in this apartment since August of 2012, so it's been 7 years, essentially, that I've been living here. 7 years I've been in graduate school, and I will be at the end of my grad school journey in a few months, but also in the case of this channel, this is obviously where this channel began, and this is where I've done all of the recording for essentially all of the videos on this channel. Like, there are one or two things on the channel that aren't exactly recorded in my apartment, like I've got exterior shots in some of my videos, but essentially this is the end of an era for Aegon of Astora. That isn't to say that Aegon of Astora will be no more. The channel will continue, Let's Talk Lore will continue, but I just don't know when.
Genichiro, forgive me.
So, in marking the end of an era, I decided, thanks to this comment from Traceries, that I would, in fact, play through New Game Plus, and that I would do so in a way that would allow me to create restore points and then go back to a previous save in order so that I can get the rest of the endings, so that me and Casitive can discuss them. And in addition to that, I also revisited the Jinzaemon and Orin of the Water questline, as well as the Anayama and Kotaro questlines, and I introduced myself to Noble Koremori. I didn't do the entire questline there, but yeah, those are all things we can discuss, in addition to the Shura ending, the Purification ending, and the Dragon's Homecoming ending. So the footage that you are seeing in the background right now is essentially footage of me trying my best to speedrun New Game Plus, and that worked well in some instances, but in others not so much. But in any case, I captured the footage so that you would have something to watch in the background as Casitive and I discuss our impressions of Sekiro. So I guess we might as well start there.
One of the things that I've been interested in is the impressions of the Western audience who are not immersed in Japanese culture, who didn't grow up in Japanese culture, who didn't research it or have an educational background maybe in like Japanese culture or Chinese history or Japanese history, and just to see what stuck to you, what themes hit you, and what you took away from Sekiro's themes and story, and maybe a little bit of the lore, not having been immersed in Buddhism, Shintoism, and some of the history that FromSoft vis-a-vis Kodenji Temple, who is the theology advisors for this game, as well as their historical advisor, who is a doctor, I don't remember the name. He also did the calligraphy for all of Sekiro's scripts. Not having grown up in it, not being immersed in it, admittedly not being educated in it at all, what did you take away from Sekiro, and what did you learn from its themes and stuff like that?
I would say that, and I guess it's really, really difficult to separate my experience with past FromSoft games from my experience of playing Sekiro, and in particular of all of the Let's Talk lore discussions and everything that we've done on this channel for the last 4 years. And so the primary thing, or at least the thing that I was most directly attuned to while doing my playthrough, was what is essentially one of the primary themes, if not the primary theme, of Dark Souls 3, which is it's okay to let things go. It's okay to let things die. That we all dream about the idea of immortality, but when you really stop and think about it, the reality of immortality is actually quite frightening. I talked about this a little bit. It was either earlier in this episode or in the prior episode. I think it was the prior episode, episode 12, about the differences between Wisteria and Sakura. Whereas Wisteria is meant to symbolize immortality, Sakura is meant to symbolize the fleeting beauty of life, that it's very short but beautiful, and that's okay. So that's the first thing. The whole idea that throughout the entire game, everyone is lusting over the divine heir's power, over the idea that the dragon's blood will give you immortal life and power. And you mentioned earlier that some people have been sort of looking at the theme of immortality as being sort of separate, as an aside to the rest of the story of the game, but and maybe I don't see it as being connected in the same way that I should, but at the same time I do see it as being thoroughly connected to what I understood to be the other theme of the game, which is that war is pretty stupid. That And I even hesitate to go into it because I'll ramble on and on and on about it for eons. But even though I didn't know a heck of a lot about Japanese history, in particular the history of the period that is sort of being fictionalized in this game, I did know that at a certain point in time, Japan was essentially, it wasn't a single unified country. It was a whole mishmash of warring not even nation states, that's a more modern term.
City-states, more or less.
City-states, I guess, yeah, of these different estates or families and warlords who just sort of fought with each other constantly in accordance with these rules that are, I guess, somewhat analogous to the idea of, for medieval knights, the idea of chivalry. Like, they have their own sort of code of honor, samurai.
Well, let's back up there a minute. And I think I make reference to this in my streams, which I still need to timestamp, I'm sorry. It's a lot of footage.
Yep.
But a lot of what Westerners think of when they think of, like, samurai code of ethics, like on, which is face, comes out of a book that came way later called the Hagakure, or the Way of Death. The Hagakure was written by a samurai clerk, but this was after samurai were relevant in any way, shape, or form.
At a point when they were no longer relevant?
There was no more fights. Like, they were in the middle of
there were samurai with no one to fight, essentially. Yeah, okay.
They were all unified. It was like, I think, either the beginning of the Meiji Restoration or right before that. So it was a lot longer, like a long time after Sengoku. But the Hagakure writes about the samurai in rose-colored glasses. And a lot of Westerners kind of took that to mean that's how it was. Not really. Samurai were a bit more pragmatic than the Hakogure will let you on to be. However, this goes into Genichiro, because Genichiro, even though the Hakogure is like written a little bit after him, he goes through the game as though he drank the Kool-Aid of the Hakogure, or what a samurai is supposed to be. But I guess we'll get to that later when we talk more about Genichiro. But I just wanted to back up a little bit there, because Westerners took the Hakogure to mean that that was how samurai were, and it became the stereotype of samurai, and that's not it. It's not.
That definitely gets at a broader issue in terms of history, in that I guess a microcosm of it would have been after Candidate left a comment on episode 10, which sort of got into a little bit of the history with Tokugawa Ieyasu and all of that stuff that I wasn't aware of prior to reading this comment. And then I went and I did some reading on Wikipedia, and then I went to YouTube, and in looking up some of these documentaries, all of these documentaries essentially start at the point where Portuguese traders and missionaries and whatnot came to Japan. So the history of that place, of the era prior to that, is shrouded in Eurocentric history. This understanding of history, which has generally, we like to think that it no longer exists, but I would argue that it still does, where things aren't really history unless people of European descent were involved.
Sengoku, at least the period that we're at in the Sengoku period, the Sekiro takes place at the very end of the Sengoku period. You can tell because Emma's hairstyle is from that very end.
Oh, okay, interesting. The narrator even says it at the beginning of the game, the end of the Sengoku era.
We're at the very end of Sengoku. The Portuguese have already come. The Portuguese are the ones who brought firearms to Japan.
Right, yeah.
So the Portuguese have already come by this point. And actually, the increased economic mobility, which you see with Anayama, is part and parcel why the Sengoku period happened to begin with, and why Oda Nobunaga went around with his ambition. No, I'm not quoting the video game, which led to Tokugawa Ieyasu finishing what Oda Nobunaga started. Oda Nobunaga, by the way, was a very gifted strategist with firearms. So his ambition was to unify Japan under a shogun. He didn't get to finish. Ieyasu finished it for him. It's implied that Ashina is probably the last holdouts because of how remote they are in the mountains, and also that they had Isshin, who was probably legendary even then, and they had just defeated some upstarts who took over the place. What was the episode? I think it was Bloodborne. I want to say it was Bloodborne, where either you or I or you and JSF spoke about folk religions being violently uprooted.
I'm pretty sure that would have been the Cathedral of the Deep episode. Cathedral of the Deep 2, which I think was episode 11 of Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore.
I want to say it was you and JSF who were talking about it. And this is a very, very minor footnote, but it's a very important theme with the background of Sekiro's entire backstory. Isshin talks about it when you give him some sake, and that some people usurped the Ashina lands. They were worshipping the waters that were flowing down from the fountainhead that goes right through the entire land, and they had a folk religion basically around all of that. The people who took over the Ashina land forced them to not do any of their rituals. And this was one of the big pieces of why Isshin overthrew them. It was a popular uprising that overthrew the people who
because they were being religiously persecuted.
Right. That's the reason he gives you. It's probably not the only reason. He probably wanted to fight because it's Isshin. But he's a guy who led the charge, led the uprising to reclaim their religion in Ashina lands. That is the finale that you see in the opening cinematic. And I think the game itself takes place over a day for the most part. And what Tracy Aries mentions about the spirit guys are keyed to the time of day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the time of day is keyed to certain major
certain
bosses
events. Yeah.
Certain events. Like the big one is like actually plucking the flowers and the stone.
Mm-hmm.
Not actually killing the bosses. So it's like it's times of day, but like the beginning of the game takes place when Ashina Isshin finalizes his popular uprising because of being religiously persecuted, because of the folk religion that surrounded the water of the area. But it doesn't last, obviously, because 20 years later, the Interior Ministry are coming in with big guns, literally and figuratively, and using the opportunity afforded by Isshin being sick and being on his, well, not his deathbed, because he's still kicking people in the shin, being almost dead himself, they are going to unify Japan under their single banner, whether they like it or not. And I guess the Ashina were very afraid that they would probably be religiously persecuted again. So that's some roundabout stuff, but
it's very interesting. The other theme that I mentioned as like the secondary theme, the first one being that immortality might sound good in theory, but in practice it would be horrifying. But also the second theme being that these are a people and societies that have been essentially built around military conflict, and that, you know, to be a samurai is to not be a peasant, that it's seen as this great and noble thing, but that if you take that society and try to, you know, if you try to take a people like the Ashina people who, you know, their identity is inextricably bound to fighting, and you tell them, oh, well, you know, let's just be peaceful and not fight each other, then yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to adapt. But also that, you know, immortality and the possibility of becoming immortal, of having this otherworldly power, would seem very, very appealing to these people who have always seemingly governed themselves. And then suddenly, because, you know, we obviously are looking at this game using a modern lens, and we know Japan is Japan. It's a country. Whereas back then, there was no concept of that. When we're looking at the past, it's very, very difficult to shed our modern sensibilities and our modern view of the world. But you can very easily understand how the Ashina people would go to great and extreme and just incredible lengths to try and defend their people against this unifying force of the Interior Ministry, who, and that aspect of it, I will say that I didn't understand until Candidate left that comment on episode 10, which we'll read a little bit later. But that was the missing sort of piece of the puzzle for me. It was understanding that the Interior Ministry was this force that was trying, for one reason or another, to unify Japan, to subject all of Japan to a single power structure, as opposed to having these power structures disperse across the land, sort of diffusely scattered across the landscape of Japan.
Sengoku in Greater Japan, not just Ashina, because Ashina kind of lives in its own bubble, or Mibu bubble, Mibu balloon, whatever. But like in Greater Japan, at this point in the Sengoku period, there's a lot more economic mobility. A lot of people are making a lot of money. Merchants are becoming a class. And we'll get to Anayama, because while people take him as a patches reference because of the patches on his kimono also denotes him as a merchant, because only merchants dress like that. But there's a lot more. Basically, capitalism has come to Japan because there's a lot more trade with Korea and China and stuff like that. And Korea and China have always been kind of neighbors and always been there. Japan knew about Korea and China at the time. A couple of the treasures that two of them we've seen in FromSoft games, the seven-branched sword in Sekiro and the Kusanagi in Dark Souls 3, which is the Storm Ruler, as you might know. Those come from Korea and were gifted. Actually, no, the seven-branched sword comes from Korea. The Kusanagi was something else. Yeah, like, there's a lot of, like, long stories, and I know Mai Sinclair mentioned knowing these stories since she was like 10. So it's like the Sengoku and the reason why Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu were doing a lot of this stuff, a lot of it stemmed from the increased economic mobility, the increased trade, the engines of all of that, and the need to like unify and the need to put them in charge as shogun. But Ashina is kind of a bit of a victim, or in a bit of a pickle, partially because they live in their own bubble. So that's interesting to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. None of the final bosses of the game are really villainous people. That's the other really interesting, like the morality of the game is really, FromSoft is always, or at least since Demon's Souls, they've always done this sort of moral gray area, putting the player into moral gray areas such that you might think that you're doing the right thing, but no matter what you do, you're doing something that is not necessarily a moral thing to do.
This is actually done a lot more in Sekiro than it is even in any of the Dark Souls games, because, and I'll leave this there, most of the mini bosses in Sekiro are doing their job. You kill them. They're generals. The reason you kill them is more or less, for most of the game, to go rescue Kuro. But what you also do is you punch a hole in the Ashina defenses and let the Interior Ministry in.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Because the quickest way to dissolve the morale of Bushi or foot soldiers is to remove the officers. And every mini-boss who is a samurai are officers in the Ashina clan. So, like, you're doing this the entire game. You are in this moral gray area because you are doing your job. But doing your job also hastens the destruction of the lands of Ashina in the end.
Very interesting. I guess if you were to, although I did say that none of the bosses were villainous, like, I guess you could argue that the Interior Ministry is villainous, but really, again, if you look at it from their perspective, they're trying to unify Japan and make it peaceful, seemingly. Again, I don't know enough about the politics of the region or of that period to say with any measure of authority, but that's the impression I get, that just really no one in the game, like, I suppose they could
We don't even see Tokugawa Ieyasu or Oda Nobunaga or anybody from the Interior Ministry other than, like, their elites and their foot soldiers. The Interior Ministry in itself is a tool of Owl. The only one who's actually kind of a villain is probably
Owl. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Owl has a couple of different plans in motion, and he has plans within plans because of his desire for the dragon's heritage, because he is grasping at a way to both be immortal and to be somebody instead of a faceless, nameless shinobi.
So yeah, I think that's actually a good point for us to start getting to the list here before we get to the comments and call it an episode. So the first thing that I want to mention on my list here is that earlier in this episode, I was very confused about Kuro's charm. And yes, I know what it does now. I looked it up. And no, I didn't give it up because New Game Plus was hard enough as it was that, again, I wasn't planning on doing New Game Plus just because I haven't had any time. Like, in doing this series, to reiterate once more, I've been losing sleep for weeks and weeks and weeks now. And so I am looking forward to wrapping this up. But yeah, I didn't give up Kuro's charm because clearly, to some degree, that's seemingly how the developers intended for the game to be played. Because that was something that always just didn't, it sat weirdly with me, the fact that you could just hold L1 and just sort of mash the L1 button to deflect when, you know, it seemed like they were trying to get you to be more precise. But I don't know. I feel like the difficulty balancing in this game is a little bit off, more than a little bit off. And that's coming from someone who, and perhaps that played a role as well, right? I mentioned that I felt that having played the previous Souls games, having played Souls games in the past, sorry, I gotta be careful how I phrase that, having played Souls games in the past prepared me to better understand the story, but it may have also put me at a disadvantage when it comes to the mechanics. Did you have a similar experience?
I think in some way, because I have other experience in like Tenchu.
Oh, right, yeah.
I have Tenchu Wrath of Heaven, which is Tenchu 3 for the PS2. So I played a little bit of that, and I played a bit slower than maybe you did, because I was expecting more of a Tenchu game at the beginning. Learning some of the weird oddities of the system took a little bit of time, I think. I saw maybe 2 pages of like the reviewer PDF, courtesy of Jeremy Greer.
Mm-hmm.
He had it. And like the second page is, forget everything you know about Dark Souls. This is not Dark Souls.
Yeah. Not to go into it too much again, but that's what really annoyed me about a lot of those comments where it's like, literally, did you miss the part where I said this was a blind playthrough? Because you seem to have missed it.
The hardest boss I had was Guardian Ape. I think because I understood it, and like the surprise only is surprising for only so long before you get sick of it. Yeah, I played a bit more like Tenchu. So some of my earlier videos, if you watch them, are a bit slower because I expected more stealth than was actually needed. And certain things like holding your shield up actually returns your posture faster than like lowering it down.
Whereas in Dark Souls, you're taught not to do that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're taught never like to hold your shield up. So like, you know, some of the little things, I know certain people, I think Dave Klein spent like 15 hours on Isshin Sword Saint. I only spent like maybe an hour and a half. Because I think I pretty much understood the system really fast, and I was better with humanoid bosses who are more contingent on their posture than I was with the bestial boss.
Yeah, same with me. Yeah. Whereas the Guardian Apes and the Demon of Hatred, they really just gave me a ton of trouble. And like, I don't know to what extent that's a psychological thing, that I'm looking at that's a Dark Souls boss. I should be fighting it like this, and just sort of having to train yourself to think, no, even though they're using their fists, you still have to think of it like a sword fight.
Yeah. And like, I think because I started with Bloodborne, I'm a bit more aggressive than
oh, wow, really?
People are. No, yeah, my first one was Bloodborne. I went more aggressive on certain bosses, much to sometimes my dismay or whatever, but like, yeah. Like, Demon of Hatred is a posture test. I mean, not a posture test, but a position test. Because he will wreck you if your position is bad. I felt like I could have been more aggressive sometimes, but like, I was really aggressive with bosses in Sekiro. So it was a weird kind of adjustment, but like, I had to do the adjustment period before I felt like I was on it.
And obviously it's different for everyone too, right? And like, that's a thing, and I guess that's always been an issue in terms of online discussion when it comes to the Souls games, is that one person will say, oh, this is the hardest boss ever. Oh, I beat that boss on my second try. And it's like, people just have a hard time for some reason conceding that everyone's different, and that a boss that might be tough for one person will be very easy for someone else, but that person will also struggle on a boss that was easy for the other person. So it's just like, the incredulity of it all really frustrates me when people, I can't believe that you didn't do this. And it's like, why? Why can't you believe that? Yeah.
You missed the huge difficulty discourse about Sekiro. You like missed it entirely.
Because I was trying to stay away from anything having to do with it, but
it was a big fight. And like, Sekiro has an adjustment cliff, especially if you expect a certain
well said.
That you have to go through to both learn what they're trying to put down, try not to fill in the blanks, because some people will look at it and they'll be like, oh, I get this system, I'm supposed to do this, without listening to the game. Some people will have a harder time adjusting to one thing or the other. They'll get faked out by vitality bars. A valid complaint is the number of vitality bars Isshin has, but Isshin's posture is kind of normal. His vitality bars don't matter. It's very satisfying to watch a vitality bar go from full to zero.
Yeah, it feels like you're getting away with something. But when you realize that the game is actually designed around you doing that, yeah.
Those who don't get that at that point will look at the number of vitality bars and are like, what the hell are you doing, FromSoft? Like, what the hell? And that's hard. And I've seen a lot of people who are way better than me at video games put Sekiro away and just walk off. Like, you know, I don't consider myself very good at video games. I'm just, you know, okay.
Yeah, pretty well said in the overall, I think. Okay, so next on my list is Jinzaemon and Orin of the Water. I mentioned earlier that there were no, or again, I did say specifically that none of the bosses you fight are necessarily villainous, but certainly I'm villainous for what I did to poor Jinzaemon in subjecting him to experimentation of Dojun and Dosaku, the morally reprehensible thing. So I figured for the New Game Plus playthrough, thanks once again to Traceries and this comment, which sort of helped me understand that I could just run through several areas and avoid a number of boss fights. So I figured once more that, yeah, I would see through this Jinzaemon questline. And I correctly deduced earlier on that he was, well, correctly deduced after incorrectly deducing that he was looking for the Mist Noble, that he was actually looking for Orin of the Water. So when you run into him outside of the Misty Woods, whatever it's called, he says,
"She's gone, but she was here just moments ago."
You?
Oh, Shinobi, listen. I finally saw her. The shamisen player was a woman. I only saw her from afar, but I could tell. A beautiful, yet fleeting presence. Oh, I should have asked if she was calling to me. And before I knew it, she disappeared into the mist. Now that I think it over, my father told me stories about a hidden town shrouded deeply in mist. An ominous town. Don't ever go there, he said. But that doesn't matter to me now. Now there's a thick, misty forest in my way. If only I could figure out how to get through it and find that shamisen player. It's coming from deep in the fog. That melody is calling me.
So he was told, interestingly enough, by his father, don't ever go into the Misty Woods, but he does so anyway. And then we find him later on, right, I think it's past the watermill Buddha fire. We find him sort of leaning against some beheaded statues, and he doesn't look like he's in the most tremendous shape. So seemingly the trip here has been very difficult and trying on him. And here he says,
"Oh, is that you, Shinobi? I was so taken by the melody. I did not see you coming. I can hear it. I'm sure the shamisen player is just beyond here. I knew it. She's been waiting for me the whole time."
Once you defeat Orin of the Water, she says,
I'm so glad. Lord Sakusa brought me that man in his stead. Oh, and he's right over there.
and then returning to Jinzaemon, he says,
"Is that you? Are you there, Shinobi?
Yes.
I must give you my thanks, Shinobi.
Your thanks.
You brought the shamisen player to me just a moment ago. She caressed me while playing her sweet melody. It was a different song than before. Like a lullaby. A peaceful, warm melody. She spoke to me as she played. Thank you for coming to me, she said. It turns out she was calling to me this whole time. Shinobi, please, take this.
Buddha effigy bound in light pink cloth. Raise in prayer between one's palms to restore a node of resurrective power. To ensway the Jizo statue is to express feelings of parental love. Lord Sakuza, and this is a quotation, Lord Sakuza, please take this cloth and use it to bundle this little one so that he may live on in peace.
I'm so very tired now.
So I have no idea what to make of any of this.
The localization's very bad here. The acting's great, but the script that they had to read is actually robbed of a lot of nuance that the Japanese script has, which is why I think I mentioned that you should probably record the Japanese version. Either take it off of my streams or something or whatever. The first thing is Orin is wearing a kimono of light pink. It is the same kimono that is wrapped around the Jizo that is given to you at the end of the thing. She's been dead for a long time. Jinzaemon is her son. Here's what the localization is bad. She doesn't say in Japanese, brought that man over there. She says, brought that boy over there. More along the lines of that.
Could the boy... So...
Jinzaemon's her son.
This is going to sound borderline inappropriate. What I was going to suggest was that, did they produce a child together somehow?
No. Sakuza is the man she's looking for. Sakuza is his father. Sakuza ended up at Mibu Village, probably had a child with Orin, left Mibu Village for reasons we don't understand, and Orin dies in childbirth, probably. The Jizo is wrapped in her kimono. She's been dead for a long time, which makes sense because she's a ghost. And she doesn't know that Sakuza pieced out, and she's been looking for Sakuza ever since. She plays a shamisen, and Jinzaemon, being her son, being the son that she died in childbirth having, is looking... He doesn't know that he's looking for his mother, but it's his mother that is calling to him via the shamisen, which is why it turns into a lullaby for him at the end, because he's her son. And he dies because, as you correctly noted, the journey to the water wheel was really bad for him. But Jinzaemon dies and turns into a Jizo. Now here's the thing about Jizos. Jizo statues are put up for each child who dies. This should hit you about Senpo, about the atrocities they committed in the name of gaining immortality, because that's a lot of dead kids. But each Jizo is a dead child. And that's why you are given a very powerful Jizo statue when you complete the Jinzaemon quest. Because he dies, becomes a Jizo, because he is always her son, the end.
Oh, wow. That's really interesting.
That is in the nuance in the Japanese text. And it is completely gone from the localization.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
That's not the only place. Like, I will rant about the localization here. I played this in Japanese so I could see how where the subtitles were wrong. I'm not fluent by any means, but I can get myself in trouble.
Well, and that was the thing, like, the English dialogue didn't always match the English subtitles.
Yeah, this is something... Now, if you follow Scott Strickart, he is the executive producer for the Yakuza games. He is the localization producer for the Yakuza games. including Judgment, which just came out. He talks a lot about the difficulties with localizations and scripting. And it was a big thing with Judgment where they put together subtitles that were direct translations. Because usually subtitles are dub titles, quote unquote, in video games. They are basically just the script that the people are going to be saying, rather than an actual translation of what is actually being said in Japanese.
So, like in Dragon Ball Z, the English one, they don't refer to Goku as Son Goku, because then you'd have to, like, why is he called
you'd have
Son?
to explain that, yeah. So, like, it was a big thing, because now, if you play Judgment, which is a long game, I don't recommend it until you're finished. It's very good, though. There are 2 different subtitle tracks. There's a dub title track, and there's a legitimate translated track that you can use. He's very interesting to follow if you are interested at all in how localization is working. But the localization being done in Sekiro in a number of parts is bad. And the Jinzaemon quest is like the crown jewel. Well, one of the crown jewels. The other one is the Tokuzakura, which the game calls Everblossom, which completely robs it of its actual meaning. It only calls it a sakura tree once, but it is called the Tokuzakura tree, which is like a moral sakura tree, which is the big sakura tree. Also, the divine dragon is actually called the Sakura dragon in the Japanese text.
Yeah, I saw that in one of your comments.
So this opens up a can of worms about me talking about how bad this localization is. But like, Jinzaemon is her son. He dies. He gives you it gives you a Jizo. Because Jizo are made and put up when a child dies, which segs over to the Senpo Jizo, which shows you just how many children are dead. And if you look around closely, there's tied up mummified bodies of adults sprinkled around here and there. Jizo are wrapped up in red cloth because it is a sin in Buddhism and Shintoism to die before your parents. You go straight to hell.
Oh, that's dreadful.
You go straight to hell because you committed the sin of dying before your parents and putting your parents through grief. So the red cloth put around Jizo statues, which you find all over the place, with the pinwheels and stuff like that. They're there to protect the child represented by the Jizo statues, to protect them from evil spirits, until they can find the Bodhisattva Jizo, who is Kotaro. Kotaro is the Bodhisattva Jizo.
He's what? The Kotaro, the cute friend?
Kotaro is the Bodhisattva Jizo. So the Bodhisattva Jizo is an adult man with a baby face who wears, a voluminous monk kimono, and all of the children who he finds in hell, because his entire job, he let go of enlightenment to teach the children who are stuck in hell, teach them about karma so that they can ascend onto the wheel. Mm-hmm. So he hides all of the children in his kimono. So guess what? Kotaro lives in the purgatory of the world, the illusory halls. He is surrounded by children who you can't see unless you swing your sword around. And he teaches them about karma so that they can ascend past their hell, which is the illusory halls, because the Senpo monks killed them.
Wow.
Kotaro is Jizo.
That is, that's going to take a while to wrap my mind around, I think.
Did I mention that the theology advisors FromSoft use were thorough?
Yeah, evidently. Jeez. Kotaro. Normally, if you want him to go to the Hall of Illusions, and so thank you for pointing that out, by the way, because I had no idea that, like, I assumed that the kids were real. So the children who are in the Hall of Illusions, maybe we should start there. Are those the other rejuvenating children that didn't make it?
So Senpo committed a lot of atrocities, much like Mensis. Robert is the son of the Armored Knight, who thinks that his son Robert is alive still. They are Westerners.
Are they described as coming from the north?
They're not Japanese, I don't think. Like they're
given the armor and
they're
everything,
above-
yeah, it's very obviously supposed to be like European.
European-ish, probably Portuguese.
Okay,
I would
interesting.
say. One of them's carrying firecrackers. You get that as your tool from the Memorial Mob, because the Memorial Mob are gravediggers, because FromSoft loves gravediggers.
Yep. And looters.
Yeah. So Armored Knight probably thinks that his son's still alive. He's not. Senpo took as many children as possible, kidnapping, luring with the idea of fixing whatever maladies they might have had, and put them through whatever experimentation they had to create the Divine Child. Divine Child, I argue, is supposed to be a facsimile of Maiko in Fountainhead Palace, also known as the Shrine Maiden. So all of them died except one, who is the one that you find. Either because of her power or because of her proximity, she is able to communicate with the children, and the children are able to puppeteer and take possession of certain bodies, also known as the monkeys.
Oh, right, yeah.
So the monkeys are possessed by the children, which is why a couple of them wear glasses, and you know they're wearing.
They are pretty cute, even though I didn't.
So they are the children, but they are also a reference to something else Buddhist: see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, be no evil. The standard iteration is the three wise monkeys, which is why the fourth one in the game is like hidden,
invisible, yeah,
or ghostly, because he's invisible, because he's not recognized. But the fourth one is be no evil. So one is Mizaru, Kikazaru, Iwazaru, and I forget what the last one is supposed to be, but it's at the bottom of the page. Yeah, they're a Buddhist thing. It's very funny that the children choose to inhabit monkeys and to inhabit the three wise monkeys as they are, because they probably have a spark of divinity within them, even though it failed and it killed them. So a bunch of them like hanging around Kotaro, because he's telling them stories about how to ascend on the wheel of life.
I love Kotaro. The voice actor did such a tremendous job.
Kotaro's so good. I love Kotaro so much. So yeah, Kotaro is Jizo.
So he is looking for a pure white flower, but he also mentions a red and white flower. And when you give him, so obviously early in the playthrough I give him a white flower, and when you try to give him the red and white pinwheel, he says,
"Is this what you're looking for?"
That's a red and white flower. I'm looking for a pure white flower.
I see.
But you're trying to help. Thank you. You're a good man.
A pure white flower.
Yes. It flew away. Yes, that's right. The pure white flower flew away.
There's a peddler named Anayama near Ashina Castle looking for help. You should give him a hand.
I mean, if everyone comes back, I won't be here, but I am pretty lonely. All right, I'll do it. I'll go and see.
You should.
You really are a good man.
the next time you go to Anayama's place, he's just chilling there with him.
Oh, Mr. Shinobi, Hanayama is a good man. He called me here to mourn those who died in battle. We take off the armor, cleanse the body, and make proper graves. Times as they are, decent burials don't happen as much as they should.
Good sir, you have one hell of an eye on you. Oh, you found me a fine specimen. Oh, not only is he strong, but he doesn't mind looting corpses neither. Thanks to you, I've got piles of weapons and I'm loaded with cash. Not to mention some new items in stock. Here, have a look. Thanks to you, sales are soaring higher than a dragon. Maybe one day soon I'll be the top merchant in all of Ashina. If you're ever in a pinch, I'll hire you in a flash.
No.
Oh, you're a hard fish to land, huh? Playing hard to get, I like it. In any case, come again soon.
So that, as far as I understand, is pretty much it for Anayama and Kotaro. Like, you get his final inventory, which has some very useful things. Then that's pretty much it. They go around looting corpses and purifying bodies with salt. So I guess they are doing some good in the world, or at least Anayama is framing it in a way where Kotaro believes he's doing good, but... So next we have, what is his name? Noble Koremori, who obviously I missed. I think this was the one Buddhifier I missed in this playthrough, but yeah, you have an alternative Pot Noble. And my understanding of it, and I could be wrong about this, I don't think there's any substantial difference as to which one you side with, but by siding with one of the Pot Nobles, you're essentially, and by siding with, I mean, when you give the bait of that noble to the Great Carp, the other one dies while the Pot Noble that you've sided with becomes a carp themselves. But in any case, when you come across him, he says,
"You there! If you ever happen across another pot like mine, ignore any requests he makes of you. He's the shame of our clan. He's a treasonous villain who attempted to kill the Great Carp for his own benefit." Most of my scales have returned, and I owe it all to you. Finally, the time has come for him to pay the price for his crime. But scales are priceless. It's almost as if I'm priceless too. You there, you've done a remarkable job thus far. I feel that I can rely on you. Will you listen to my tale? Or rather, my secret?
Sure.
Oh, wonderful. Truly remarkable. Now, the secret I mentioned. I'd like you to present this bait to the Great Carp. Don't let anyone see if you can help it. Be as stealthy as possible. Do that, and I'll bestow upon you the palace's secret treasure.
So he slags off Pot Noble Harunaga for wanting to harm the Great Carp, but then once you've spent the requisite number of scales, he gives you his own precious bait, which will presumably harm the Great Carp, and he knows it. So is he just a hypocrite?
Yes. They're both full of crap.
I
or
figured.
Full of scales. But yeah, they're both hypocrites. They both want the same thing. And remember what I said pre-recording, there's a lot of little stories in this game about people getting exactly what they wished for and falling just shy of actually achieving it.
So does Koremori have body image issues in the sense that when you make Pot Noble Harunaga a carp, is this too small, too small?
I'm not sure if it's super body issues, although I am of the mind that they are in bodies of like Miss Nobles because of how long their arms are.
Yeah, I figured that too.
They are obsessed with a sort of immortality, but not the immortality everybody else is chasing after. They want to become carp. Carp are extremely important symbols of immortality because they literally last forever. And so they want to become them. I wrote a little bit about that on Twitter, and by a little I mean like an eight reply thread about koi fish, which is what carp are called in Japan. They're called koi. The longest living koi fish is called Hanako, and it has a Wikipedia page. It was like lived for 200 some odd years, because they are, as the game itself points out, koi fish or carp are naturally immortal without having to have like the power of the fountainhead. However, they do swim in the fountainhead waters, so this is me shaking my hand. Koi fish were originally bred in China, but their ages are counted by the like their scales. Their scales show their age. So this is probably one of the reasons why the pot nobles both want scales, because it shows the age. They're also an important symbol in feng shui. I do keep crowing about this on my Discord or on Twitter or something, but like, water equals blood in Sekiro. Well, rather, water equals persimmon equals rice equals blood in Sekiro. Remember when Dark Souls was supposed to be about water? Here you go.
Yep.
So, koi fish being naturally immortal, the pot nobles both want to become, quote, naturally immortal by becoming a master koi fish. They both fail because they both have red eyes. Like, so if you give them enough scales, they'll become a koi fish, but they'll have red eyes, which also tells you that they also failed. They don't know it because they can't see themselves, but they are never going to become masters, even though they became koi fish. So you kill the great carp, which is probably the last one, and where it lands is the Bodhisattva Valley, which should show you kind of where everything is relatively. Let me ask you this then. Fire is the Dark Souls, water is the Sekiro. The Fountainhead waters spiral or snake, and I'm not saying that not on purpose, snake through the entire lands of Ashina. They go from the top, which is Fountainhead, through the Bodhisattva Valley, through like the middle lands of Ashina, which is where most of the game takes place, and they end up in the lake at Mibu, where they create little balloons with power in them. Besides the fact Genichiro drinks soil because he thinks that's a good idea, what do you make about the power of water in this, the power of like the Fountainhead waters in this game?
My understanding of it is that the Fountainhead water, and so it's a very base understanding of it, is that the Fountainhead water, essentially, when you drink it, the closer you are to the source, so to the Fountainhead, the more pure the water is, and therefore, when the Mist Nobles, like that's how the Mist Nobles are born, at least based on what happened earlier in this episode with the priest in the Mibu village, that generally speaking, because that water is, as you noted, right at the end of the watershed, that by the time it gets there, it's so impure that drinking it essentially turns them all into whatever form of undead they are. So in effect, there's 3 different types of immortality, or more than that, but 3 primary types in the world, not counting things like the divine air. And that is, there's the Fountainhead nobles, who presumably, because they drink the water closer to the source, they turn into whatever the noble form is and whatever it's supposed to do, which in turn gives them the power to enfeeble people and to suck their youth out of them. So it gives them not immortality, but the means of, I guess, achieving immortality over time. So it's not that you do that and then you're immortal. You're constantly having to suck the youth out of people. And then the next one is the rejuvenating waters, which essentially gives people parasites. So they live forever, but they have, they're undying. They have a parasite inside of them. And then the final one, I guess, of the 3 that sort of infect people in the world, in the area of Ashina, is, the people at the Mibu village. Because they're all the way at the end of the watershed, drinking the water, they don't appear to have parasites, but they just respawn. I'm not entirely clear on how the Mibu village immortality works, but
they're pretty much undead. I would say that because there was some despoiling of that lake and the village, see also all of the upside down legs sprinkled all over the place, that it contributed to whatever's going on there. But there's something to be said about what was formerly divine falling from the heavens, quite literally, and picking up all of the stuff, all of the flaws, all of the sins of the mortal world, and dragging it further and further down, ending up in Mibu. There's nothing stagnant about the waters per se, but like, water carries a lot of microorganisms, and these microorganisms do whatever they do, or whatever microorganisms do in water, or they become plankton and get eaten by a whale. So people drinking from that might get, let's say, brain-eating amoeba. If you don't boil it or purify your water, then you're going to get hit with microorganisms. So the water feeds the persimmons feed the rice, and then the rice creates the blood. Let's drop the middlemen, and then you've got water is blood. And you've got like these microorganisms living in divine water, jumping into people's blood, which is essentially the same as the like divine water with all of like blood divinity, considering that's a FromSoft trope now, with like blood being divine. See also Bloodborne, see also Dark Souls, see blood is divine, which is why I say water equals persimmons equals rice equals blood, because rice is treated as a divine object in Japan as well. So the fountainhead snakes through Ashina. It picks up all of these sins because it comes into the mortal realm, and the mortal realm is in itself inherently balanced between dark and light. And it starts, infesting people like Hanbei, people like Genichiro, who does it, out of desperation, really. He refuses to arrange the chairs on the Titanic, but he's still arranging the chairs on the Titanic. And it ends up going to Mibu, which is at the because I consider Sekiro, mentally, the map in my head is very circular, with Fountainhead at the top of the circle, and Mibu at the very bottom. So Mibu's at the very bottom in my head.
So it's like a spiral then, downward spiral.
Well, that's more Bloodborne, but like it's a big circle. So like Mibu's at the very bottom, and this also reflects on their karma as well. So, yeah, like the water is such a huge topic with Sekiro that it's probably going to take us a lot longer than what we have time for right now, but
yeah,
I just wanted to
flag that for future discussion, for sure.
Flag that for later.
Yeah, so in like 2.5 years when we start doing Sekiro Let's Talk lore, we'll return to that.
When the iron is cold.
Yep. Next we have the Shura ending, which I was very interested to learn that you could actually get this ending something like 60 or 70% of the way through the game, in the sense that it's before the third act even really begins. So when you reach Owl, obviously the first time I played through, as you all will have seen in an earlier episode, I refused to obey the Iron Code. At the time, I actually didn't understand what the Iron Code was. Couldn't remember what it was. My understanding of it was that you need to do whatever Lord Kuro asks, essentially. That was my understanding of the Iron Code. I was obviously way off about that, because the first rule of the Iron Code is to do whatever your master commands, that is Owl. And so when you see him up at the Ashina lookout, he says,
"And in accordance with your father's word, you will forsake the divine heir. You understand now, don't you?"
Yes. The code is absolute. I hereby forsake my master, the divine heir.
I expected no less from you, my boy. With this, our supreme reign will... It seems we have a troubling guest. But to oppose the daughter of the late Lord Dogen would be quite the insult. Disgrace! My. Not bad at all. Wolf, I leave this to you. Have at it. Tear her apart.
Sir?
I have witnessed Shura once before. The very same stirs inside of you. As such, you must be destroyed.
So earlier in the playthrough, I mentioned that when you give her, I can't remember which of the sake it was, but when you give her one of the sake, Wolf mentions, and maybe this is again a localization issue, Wolf says something to the effect of, how did you learn to fight? So the way he phrased the question is such that it sounds actually like he's seen her fight before. So is there something I missed, or is that just a poorly written line where it implies that he has seen her fight?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. He's never seen her fight, per se, but it's implied that he can... Because the line starts with him staring at her, and she's like, can you say something? Stop being a creeper.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, where'd you learn how to fight? He notices her posture.
Oh, okay.
He's looking at how she stands and holds herself. It's very swords person-like.
Which actually makes a lot of sense when you consider the Shura ending, because, as she said, she's seen Shura once before, and that is in the eyes of the sculptor. And likewise with Lord Isshin, when he mentions, if you give me cause, I will strike you down, Sekiro. Which is to say that he did the same thing to the sculptor. He cut off the sculptor's arm, or the prosthetic. And that is at least seemingly what saved him from becoming Shura. And so if you're correct in that Sekiro notices her posture, that means that in spite of the trust building that happens throughout the entirety of the playthrough, at no point is she actually comfortable around him. Because she's always ready for that moment where she might have, as she put it, that she learned how to fight because she might one day want to fight a demon.
Yeah, and they're watching him. Like, she's never comfortable around him because they're expecting him to go Shura. Although there's quite a bit of good character building between Emma and Wolf and the sculptor, even though it's not like super overt. Like Wolf is really circumspect at the very beginning of the game, and he's a bit more open towards, the middle and the later acts. But yeah, like she's always waiting for him to go Shura, and the sculptor knows what it's like to be put down from Shura. Like, Demon of Hatred isn't a full Shura. Like, he can't go full Shura.
Well, no, and so that was something that I was going to ask you. So maybe we'll just go through the Lord Isshin thing first before I ask you about that. But after you defeat Lady Emma, the Gentle Blade, and she notes when you give her that sake that Lord Isshin taught her to fight. And indeed, when you fight this iteration of Lord Isshin, which is, I presume, his weakest iteration, even though he's still pretty darn strong, they have more or less the same moveset. Their delays are different and things like that. He has a couple of unique moves in his next phase, but they are more or less the same. But he says,
You were a most unkind and inauspicious man. But for some reason, I could not bring myself to hate you. It seems I must cut you down before you fall to Shura. Shura, I never think I'd have to kill your kind again!
But so, in the case of the sculptor then, because I believe that the memory for the Demon of Hatred describes him as he who failed to become Shura. And the failed part of that is very interesting to me, because, like, was he trying to become Shura and he failed to do so? Or is that just, again, another example of poor localization?
Well, there's a lot of examples of failed things throughout the game. See also the carp attempt. And there's also the failed attempts at immortality, but I digress. He did fail to become Shura because of Isshin. Isshin took off his arm, and he kind of went back to normal, but not all the way. Remember, the sculptor also mentions he's not completely human, so screw Dragonrot. And he's also, as you like have in the episode that just aired, every Buddha I carve is an incarnation of wrath.
Yep.
So like it's still roiling inside him. They just kind of sealed, like they plugged a hole. Essentially, put a band-aid on it. Towards the end of the game, with all of this like fighting happening and all this like bloodshed and fire and blah blah,
it becomes too much.
It becomes too much. He can't. The fact that he's sculpting is just a mental, meditative exercise for him. It keeps him under wraps.
And it's sort of like Hawkeye Go in a way.
It's literally serving as a way to keep him under, keep
him sane.
Keep him sane. It doesn't, with the war of the Interior Ministry destroying Ashina as it is when night falls, it is too much, and he goes into a demon of hatred. He's not an Ashura, or Ashura, should go into the full etymology of what Ashura is, and it is like a wrath, mayhem, carnage kind of demon. Like this is actually the second time FromSoft has used the word Shura. The PS2 game Yoshitsune Ayuden, the story of hero Yoshitsune, also has a version that appends Shura to it, which just means carnage or mayhem. It's like a 3D Dynasty Warriors kind of game. So like this is actually the second time they've used Shura, but we should talk about what Ashura is. And
so what's that? Ashura.
Like Ashura is like it's a Buddhist thing, obviously, because like most of the stuff in the first two acts is very Buddhist, and they are kind of like the death acts. There are some Shinto here and there, but like it's very Buddhist, and like these are like the death acts, and which opens up to the fountainhead, which I call the life act. But this is more, demigods, 3 heads, 3 faces, 4 or 6 arms. They go around creating mayhem.
The Ashura, you mean?
Yeah, Ashura. But they become just quote Shura with from soft lore, I guess. So yeah, he's not a demigod, but he is a demon.
So in theory, then, in the case of in terms of the story of the game, in theory, if he were to cut us down, and he cut off our arm in the same way that he did the sculptor, we would, in theory, become a demon of hatred eventually ourselves.
Yes. Yeah, like it would probably save you for a little while. And eventually it would turn out to be like Sculptor.
I guess not even a question so much as it is just an observation. Something that I found kind of disappointing is the fact that, and I've complained about similar, and maybe complain isn't quite the right word, but I've observed in the past that it would be really cool if things like this, like if there were some serious consequences, for instance, in Bloodborne for using too many blood vials or obtaining too many blood echoes, some sort of actual mechanical consequence within the game that is tied to not just choices that the game gives you during dialogue, but the way that you interact with the world. And in this game, they talk all about the spirit emblems and how the spirit emblems are manifestations of karma and that it alters your karmic debt and things like that. But at the end of the game, or at least in this instance, you can only become Shura not by killing too many people, but by deciding to follow the Iron Code.
Besides the fact that FromSoft is once again too ambitious with mechanics and had to unteethify certain things. I see also Dragonrot. The story with Sekiro here is actually really tragic. The fact that he goes Shura should tell you quite a lot. Like, he was attached to the little kid, the little scamp. The little scamp is he just wants to sit around and make candies all day. He doesn't want to be a divine heir or whatever. He just wants to sit around and make sweet rice balls and be a little cinnamon roll. Going along with the programming that Owl has started since the beginning of the game, that guilt for doing so destroys Wolf. which really paves the way for him to become Shura. So yeah, the choice to become Shura destroys him via guilt. And he becomes Shura because of that. Because he goes against everything that he's created in himself, which is
interesting.
The big bit of the character arc with Wolf is, which is why maybe Owl says, why he tells Owl, my iron code is to like create my own iron code. It's to become his own man, and to not go along with becoming his own man and going along with Owl's gaslighting.
That actually shocked me. The part of the ending where Owl's just sort of and I should have seen it coming, but I was surprised by that. And a very nice parallel to the cutscene in the Hirata estate much earlier in the game, where he stabs us, or he stabs Owl, I should say, because obviously there's a separation between Owl and the player character. But when you defeat Isshin Ashina, you get a memory which says that Isshin Ashina was a true master of the sword, no less so in his veil of years, so I guess in the twilight of his life. And then you acquire one mind, combat art that unleashes a storm of attacks from a sheath's stance so fast that the blade is nigh invisible. One must focus their soul on the release of the blade, nothing else. In doing so, the strikes achieve a godlike speed, a technique conceived by none other than the old hand swordmaster Isshin. Oh, and this pissed me off too. Owl's line, that took a while, because it really did take me a while. It took me a while to beat Isshin. I was like, oh, rub it in some more, why don't you? I got other stuff to do. I know that. You don't need to remind me.
Sekiro, it was not to be.
That took a while. But it was well worth the wait. Despite his age, few could hope to defeat a man such as Isshin. I would expect no less from my home. Now nothing stands in our way. Ashina, the interior ministers, the whole country is ours for the taking. Hey, the Jinzaemon Ashina! Why would you? Shura!
No! You're... You can't be Shura!
Soldiers and townfolk alike died by the thousands. Very few survived. Ashina became the setting for the most tragic massacre of the Sengoku era. And For a long time after, it was said a demon lurked the land.
Next, we have the Purification ending, and so this ending, for all of these, I'm just sort of starting off where I, at the point where I failed to continue on with a given quest line in the playthrough itself. And in this one, I had no idea that, because it seems kind of underhanded, how you're supposed to eavesdrop on the person you're supposed to be serving. Is that this is a thing in A Song of Ice and Fire, where the Targaryens are said to have had dragon dreams, which are prophetic dreams. So the Targaryens, that's what led them to leave Old Valyria before the Doom of Valyria, because they knew that it was going to happen, because they had I presume Aegon the Conqueror, I can't recall exactly who it was, had a dragon dream about the destruction of Valyria, which led them to, kick off the story of the entire world, essentially. And in this instance, it's the divine heir, the dragon's heritage, also having quote-unquote dragon dreams. So I found that very interesting.
We're almost there. Yes, do what must be done.
On the basis of that, Wolf gets really suspicious and goes to Emma and says,
I must do what must be done. That is what the divine heir said. He must be hiding something.
I see.
What is it?
Lord Takeru spoke of beheading in his memoirs.
Yes.
Perhaps the act of beheading was the means to end immortality, along with the life of the divine heir.
What?
If you walk the path of Immortal Severance, then you must use the mortal blade to
end my lord's life.
Yes. Lord Kuro desires Immortal Severance. I understand that. I do. And yet, Master Wolf, might there be a path where Lord Kuro need not lose his life?
The dragon's heritage is no ordinary power. There could be such a path.
Well then, Master Wolf, I ask that you help me find such a path. A path where Lord Kuro need not die.
I will not let my lord die.
Thank you.
We must find a starting point.
Yes. Oh, yes, Lady Tomoe's. Master Wolf, I might have a place to start. I'll look into it and let you know as soon as I find something.
Thank you.
Also, we may want to...
keep this from the divine heir.
Yes.
Which I found so funny that, especially in light of what you've just said about how this is a line that is said more than once.
Kuro was hiding that he knew that he would probably have to die. Because Takeru had his head taken off, thinking that would end it. Because Takeru walked this path too. Because Takeru was trying to end the dragon's heritage. But lots of things happened. Tomoe wasn't allowed the mortal blade because Senpo had already hidden it away because they were being jerks. And he ends up with no head or something. But we have the mortal blade. We have basically, let me first delineate which mortal blade and use their proper names. Gracious Gift of Tears versus Open Gate.
Yep. Gracious Gift of Tears is the one that Wolf has, which is the Crimson Mortal Blade.
Yep.
And the other one is
Open Gate.
The black mortal blade.
The black one. Gracious Gift of Tears was hidden by Senpo. Who knows where the black one was? The game kind of shrugs at it too, but because all of a sudden it's just there. Because Genichiro finds it in all endings. What you don't see in the Shura ending cinematic, because they actually turn the camera away from it, is that Genichiro's head gets dropped by Owl.
What? Really?
Somebody free cammed it, and so
Genichiro's
head
gosh,
is around there. So it's Owl took Open Gate off of Genichiro. So Emma's a doctor. She doesn't want people dying on her watch. So Emma and Owl are like trying to figure out a way how Kuro can live instead of, die and live a normal-ish life, because, otherwise he'd have to die under the Mortal Blade. So yeah, Kuro was hiding something, but he used Wolf's term, his motto, back at him.
Do what must be done, yeah. And so
and like this also kind of goes into the whole like mirrors of things being adopted all the time. Like Genichiro's adopted, Emma's adopted, and Sekiro pretty much adopts Kuro as his own. So there are people forging their own families here and there.
Which you kind of have to do when the world is constantly warring and families
falling in on you.
Yep.
Like, because it more or less is in the Ashina lands.
So they both decide to act in a manner that, they think that they're doing right by Kuro, but that necessitates them having to deceive him, essentially, which I find very interesting. And after you have that initial conversation, Lady Emma spawns the next time you reload the area in Kuro's room. At least she did for me. And it created this really awkward and funny situation where she reiterates the same line that she just said to me, because I was checking to make sure she didn't have any additional dialogue.
Master Wolf, I might have a place to start. I'll look into it and let you know as soon as I find something.
Thank you.
Also, we may want to...
keep this from the divine heir.
Yes.
And the divine heir standing right there looking at them.
Yeah, probably looking at them doe-eyed.
It's just like, oh my gosh.
What are you talking about, guys?
Master Wolf, I've found something. Here.
Lord Takeru's coughs are worsening still. Returning to the divine realm is hopeless, and I wish only to sever the dragon's heritage and restore his humanity. Restoration requires the Everblossom and the Mortal Blade, and yet I cannot acquire the latter. It was hidden by the High Priest of Senpo Temple, who has no desire to sever the immortal ties. So, as you noted, that's presumably what leads to Lord Takeru being beheaded, instead of actually returning to the divine realm, which I was led to understand earlier that he had successfully returned to the divine realm, but evidently that never happened, which is presumably why Kuro inherited the dragon's blood. Is that correct?
Yeah, it seems like the cosmic finger pointed and said you.
So it wasn't a successful immortal severance.
Purification?
Yes. It says here, there is a way to cut the ties of the dragon's blood and transform its owner into a regular human being. The process requires a flower from the Everblossom, as I told you once before. The Everblossom is a sakura tree that Lord Takeru brought here from the divine realm. However, someone cut a branch from the tree and stole the flowers, and the Everblossom eventually dried and withered away. So the Everblossom tree has been entirely lost.
If the tree itself no longer exists, the flowers don't exist either.
Correct. But the branch that was stolen did have flowers on it. So if it could be found...
Is this the branch from the Everblossom tree? It was in my father's possession.
Master Owl. But there are no flowers on this branch.
What's wrong?
It's nothing. I was just trying to remember back to when the Everblossom still flourished. But try as I might, the memory is hazy. They're graves.
What?
I think I'll pay a visit to Lord Takeru and Lady Tomoe's graves. That's where the Everblossom once grew. Something might come back to me.
Interestingly enough, I think that earlier in the playthrough I actually cut out this suggestion. When I found the old grave Buddha Fire, I said, is that Lord Takeru's grave? And then I cut it out of the episode because I thought it was a stupid suggestion in hindsight, but it turns out I was actually right. So we go to the old grave, Buddha Fire, and Lady Emma is there visiting the graves of Lord Takeru and Lady Tomoe. And she says,
Why must that be the only way?
Hello?
Master Wolf, how long have you been there?
Have you remembered anything?
Nothing, I'm afraid.
Nothing.
That's right. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to remember anything significant. Perhaps one of my old friends can help. I'll meet with Orangutan at his temple.
Orangutan?
Yes. It's the sculptor's old nickname. Back then, Lord Genichiro and I would come here a lot. Lord Takeru would play the flute, and Lady Tomoe would dance under the Everblossom. It was a wonderful sight. Perhaps one of my old friends has some memories of those days. I'll speak with Orangutan at his temple.
So then we go and eavesdrop on them, and Lady Emma reveals that...
Emma, does that sit well with you?
I can't honestly say. To achieve their goal of Immortal Severance, either he or Lord Kuro must die. Why does that have to be the only way?
So will you keep that from them?
But Orangutan, if I give this to him, he's going to die.
So interestingly enough, and I didn't test this before eavesdropping, but when you speak with the sculptor, he says, say, this temple is horribly drafty, indicating either A, that he knows you were eavesdropping on them, or B, hey, you should go eavesdrop on us using the hole through which this temple is so drafty.
Yeah, probably both.
Yeah, maybe both.
Because he's a shinobi, of course he'd know you were there. Or, of course, he'd know that you could eavesdrop, because Emma only reveals that one of us has to die, only after much cajoling.
Oh, you're here, Master Wolf.
Was the sculptor able to help?
Unfortunately, no. I'm afraid we'll need to look for other clues.
One of us must die. What did that mean?
Were you listening this whole time?
Tell me.
I saw it. That day beneath the branches of the Everblossom tree. Lady Tomoe tried to commit suicide.
Why?
She said those made immortal by the oath of the dragon's heritage shackle their masters.
So in order for the purification to occur, the oathbound of the dragon's heritage must die?
Yes, precisely.
But she was unable to achieve the purification.
Correct. She did not have the mortal blade. I don't want to lose Lord Kuro, or you, but all paths are leading to dead ends.
What are you hiding?
So, you overheard.
Tell me. Do what must be done. I will live by those words, as my master does.
Here.
A bell charm previously owned by the owl. The owl held this bell for a long time. Offering it at the dilapidated temple may result in seeing a different memory than before. There's no way of knowing why this protective bell exists. Perhaps the owl kept it for himself, or perhaps he meant to give it to someone. So that someone is presumably Wolf. And so the reason why you can't do this before defeating Owl is that Lady Emma says it fell off of his dead body.
Is this a bell?
It fell off Owl's dead body, if I'm not mistaken. You and Master Owl have a deep connection. Should you offer it to Buddha, it may be a different experience than the one you had before.
I will try it.
I am not sure what memories you will see, but the bell belonged to Master Owl. So please, take care. Master Wolf.
Yes?
I pray for your victory in battle.
Thank you. Sculptor.
What? Need something?
And when we go to the Hirata estate, we don't actually start at the same spot. We start near the spot where we initially found Owl dying, quote unquote. And there we have to fight Masunaga, the spear bearer. Outside of the Hirata estate, we run into him at the Serpent's Temple, where he's mourning the loss of one of the purple friends who the Tengu killed.
Him being there is your clue that Owl had a couple of different plans going on. He was he was using the Interior Ministry just in case his other plan of growing his own homegrown shinobi failed, and then some other plans he had in mind.
But so when we initially encounter Masunaga, he says, "Oh, you're supposed to be dead," which means that this memory is seemingly, it's meant to take place after we defeated Lady Butterfly and after Owl stabbed us, and then the Divine Heir resurrected us, and then presumably we left with the Divine. So like this is them afterwards, after Owl gets up and reveal, oh, not dead, just joking. And so once you kill Masunaga the spear bearer, you go to where, but even that doesn't make any sense because Juzo the drunkard is alive still at this point.
Taking the Hirata estate was surprisingly easy. Owl's info was right on the money, you know.
I don't like him. There's something shifty about him. The smell of a crook. He's a villain. A down-and-out villain, Masanari.
Well, he's useful right now, so endure him. For all his scheming, he's a nameless rogue shinobi. His efforts won't amount to much.
I'm not complaining, so long as there's corn and booze in it.
It's revealed that Owl essentially is the one who he gave all the information about, because, you know, earlier we learned that they would not have been able to take Hirata Estate with all these just bandits if the samurai were there, but they specifically got invaded at a time when all the samurai were away, and that was because of Owl tipping them off to that.
He probably used his position to tell people to go that way while everybody else was zagging.
Right, yeah. And so again, going back to our discussion earlier about villainous characters, I think it's whoever this nameless purple friend is here, he says that he's a villain. Or no, it's Juzo actually who says this. He's a villain, a down and out. Oh, no, wait, Masanari. Oh, that's the one he's speaking to. So yeah, so it was Juzo. He's a villain, a down and out villain, Masanari. But then Masanari says, well, he's useful right now, so endure him. So in other words, like the characters in the world identify Owl as a villainous character, which is really interesting.
They know Owl is bad news.
Mm-hmm. But later, once we get to the hidden temple, we find Owl there, and again, there's no continuity between the memories. So the statue of Buddha that's in the boss room is still upright. It hasn't yet fallen over in the same way that it did at the end of the Lady Butterfly boss fight.
Quick question before we go any further. Can you read the item description for the original bell?
A bell charm received from an old woman who asked that it be offered to Buddha. Bell charms protect their holders through Buddha's divine protection. If one finds themselves the owner of another's bell charm, offering it to Buddha on their behalf is common courtesy. The sculptor at the dilapidated temple can advise on how it should be offered.
Yeah, and this was given by Inosuke's mom.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they both... I like the area before the hidden temple is rearranged, and I can't recall if they are there or not.
So here's the point I'm going to make. A, the young lord's bell charm is Kuro's bell charm. B, Kuro's memory probably shouldn't be believed fully. So like it's not, intentional, but Kuro was entranced for a long time. When you find him, he's like under Lady Butterfly's spell, seeing his mom and dad, who are obviously not there. So you can't really believe the memory that you get out of the Young Lord's bell charm.
Oh, okay,
it's
interesting.
mostly there, but it isn't quite. So I would believe the Owl's continuity a little bit more than Young Lord's. Like, the Young Lord remembers Lady Butterfly. He remembers Wolf getting shanked and, like, resurrecting him. But, like, what was Kuro doing before that? It's kind of unreliable narrator. Not the first time FromSoft does this kind of thing. Probably not the last.
That's very interesting. Okay. The other thing I guess is worth mentioning is Nagomi Gensai, who helps you in the Juzo the Drunkard boss fight. You find his body in more or less the same spot, which suggests that he died to Juzo and Masanari. So rip, because he was a pretty cool guy. When you go to fight Owl, he says,
That day, I pulled you from the battlefield, a starving cub. I had no idea what you'd become.
Father,
it breaks my heart that I'm putting you down. Defeated by my own son. The feeling is not entirely unpleasant.
flowers of the Everblossom that bloomed in an old memory, grafted by Takeru, who took the branch from the divine realm as a parting relic. One who seeks purification may impart the dragon tears, and these flowers to the divine heir of the dragon's heritage, thus severing the shackles that bind the immortal bearer of dragon's blood. And what's really interesting...
Hey, remember when you saw Sakura, the Sakura dragon, not have two arms?
Yes.
This is the other one.
What?
Yeah, this is the other arm.
So Lord Takeru was like, yo, give me your arm? When he was leaving, I want to take it as a keepsake?
He took it, and it took the other arm. You know, as you do.
So it's like a voodoo doll kind of thing?
No, I don't think so. I think he just took it, but, like, I don't think he might not even know what he was doing, but, like, the entire Sakura tree in Fountainhead is the dragon. The dragon is a tree. So he took a branch of the Tokuzakura, and it just so happened to be the other arm.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, wow, that was completely lost on me. I guess in part because of the name Divine Dragon, but wow, yeah, that's really interesting. But so there were two other points I wanted to make. So the first being that obviously when you defeat Owl outside of the memory, you get an aromatic branch. So the bloom is gone. It's long gone by that point. But going back in time, in the memory, quote unquote back in time, is such that defeating him here gives you the Everblossom. But also him dropping it when he dies, dying at your hands, he seemingly knew, because, you know, as you said, people get what they wish for, right? So the remnant for Foster Father reads, Owl took in the hungry cub on a whim and raised him as a shinobi. The process was so engrossing that he hoped they might enjoy a true battle to the death one day. He got his wish, if only in an old memory. And the memory confirms, if it weren't already obvious by how gosh darn hard this boss fight is, that the foster father confronted in old memories was a man in his prime. Not only does going back in time ensure that you get your hands on the aromatic flower as opposed to the aromatic branch, but also it ensures that you're fighting Owl at his prime, which, yeah, is evident throughout the boss fight, because it is a very difficult boss fight. So now that we have the Mortal Blade and the aromatic flower, and once we defeat Genichiro and Isshin, we can give Lord Kuro the Dragon Tears and the Everblossom.
I am at your side. Take the Dragon Tears. I hereby condemn the last immortal. May you live on and embrace what it means to be human.
So you're leaving?
Yes. I too will live for every moment. And then I will pass on. Just as my shinobi did for me. Lady Emma, I owe much to you as well.
So I assume he's talking about himself.
Yes.
By saying he condemned, because okay.
So let me just explain it. I think because I think you're like reaching for it.
Okay.
Everybody who is touched by the dragon's heritage has to die for the severance to happen, for the purification to happen.
Right.
Otherwise, it binds the like it's. Think of it like a tree, because that's a FromSoft thing. You have the branches, which are like everybody who is touched, who has dragon's heritage. You have to cut them down to cut down the tree. It makes it easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like, everybody who has the dragon's heritage has to die so that the dragon's heritage itself can be severed. So, the wolf has to kill himself. He condemns himself. Sakura is all about death and resurrection. It's all about the fleeting beauty of life. The fact that life is beautiful because it ends. Wolf understands this and lets go of life because he understands that his ended a long time ago.
Well, and to your point, he says, may you live on and embrace what it means to be human, suggesting, in other words, that to be immortal is not what it means to be human. To be human is to have a fleeting existence. And that's kind of the tragic thing about the Dragon's Homecoming ending. which, yeah, is our last ending before we read a few comments and call this an episode. And so earlier in this episode, we sort of started on the path to the dragon's homecoming, but because Kuro had already been taken, we couldn't give him the rice that was prepared by the rejuvenating child. So let's go give him that rice. And he says,
I have something for you, Lord Kuro.
Something for me?
Here.
This? It's rice.
Yes. The divine child of Senpo Temple told me to give this to you.
She did? Then I am grateful. This looks like good rice. Each grain glistens.
It is sweet when you bite into it.
Bite? Wolf, rice tastes a lot better when cooked.
My lord.
So do you like sweet things?
I will eat anything.
Which means you don't dislike sweets then. Right. I'll make something nice for you.
Something nice.
You'll have to wait and see. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wolf. Come now, hold out your hand.
My lord.
Once, when the wolf was starving, his father wordlessly handed him a rice ball. It was astoundingly delicious. This one is sure to taste just as good. So that's obviously meant to parallel the whole orangutan and Emma thing. When she was found as an orphan on the battlefield, the orangutan gave her a rice ball and she said it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten.
What is...
Sweet, sticky rice balls. I made them with the rice from the divine child. Eat it. Don't be shy.
This is very good.
That it is. That it is. How was the rice ball?
It was delicious.
I bet it was. Ever since I was little, I've enjoyed making sweets. I used to always sneak into the kitchen back at the Hirata estate. Maybe one day I'll open up a tea house, if I ever have the time.
That's the kind of tragic thing about pursuing this ending, is that we just saw what his sort of happy ending looks like, and that is he gets to be human and go off and do human things, and we're sort of left to guess what that might look like. But in pursuing the Dragon's Homecoming ending, he explicitly tells you, maybe one day I'll open up a tea house if I ever have the time. From here on out, it's more or less just, it's sort of like a back and forth of like progressing the quest to the point where you unlock the ending.
Did you give the rice to the divine heir?
Yes, he made rice balls out of it.
The divine heir of the dragon's heritage? He made them himself.
Yes, and he was enthusiastic, and I had one. It was very good.
That's good to hear. Oh, I see. He may be the divine heir of the dragon's heritage, but he's still human after all. What am I saying? Of course he is. I am sure he had his doubts about severing immortality as well. Yet even so, it is the path he chose. There is something I would like to ask you, Shinobi of the Divine Heir.
Yes?
What is his name?
Lord Kuro.
Lord Kuro. It has a fine ring to it. I should like to meet him someday.
She mentions having a deep conversation with the children of the rejuvenating waters, and she proposes to not sever the dragon's heritage, but to return it to its rightful place. So this is the thing that I find very interesting about Wolf in terms of the differences between the many endings, is that he seems very easily swayed by everyone, but that's kind of a tangent. So
if I were to choose the path of returning the dragon's heritage, it may come to pass that I would have to leave all of you. Thank you for your kind words. My friends, listen. He is actually quite kind. He gave me this.
Hello?
Oh, Shinobi of the Divine Heir. I didn't hear you come in. It is thanks to you that I've been able to have a deep conversation with my friends.
With the children of the rejuvenating waters?
Yes, There is something I would like to discuss. I believe we should aim not to sever the dragon's heritage, but instead to return it to its rightful place.
Return the dragon's blood?
That's right. The dragon's heritage was set free from its homeland, and it drifted here to Japan. Its power was never meant for this land. Until something is done, it will continue to corrupt the lives of those who encounter it, the dragon's heritage and those connected to it. It is only right that they return home, to the west, to the birthplace of the divine dragon. However, there is one problem. I am unsure of the exact destination.
Who would know?
Perhaps the high priest of Senpo Temple. Or...
And he is?
He's the founder of Senpo Temple. I wonder how old he actually is. He can be found in a narrow cave not far from the inner sanctum. Shinobi of the divine air.
Yes?
This path differs from that of the one to sever immortality. I do not wish to force my opinion upon you. Should you wish to return the dragon's heritage, then perhaps you should seek out the High Senpo priest.
I'll think about it.
And so she mentions that we should seek the priest of the Senpo temple. And so disappointingly, I must apologize that I left this until a point in the playthrough where the priest was actually dead, but I'm led to understand that you can, in fact, speak with the priest when he's still alive. But when you find his body, it contains the Holy Chapter Dragon's Return, sacred passage on a path to enlightenment. Undying, I pray for the dragon's return. Undying, lo, let us wait an age for the divine air to assimilate the cold dragon tears, for the cradle to consume the pair of serpentine fruits. Let the cradle endure, giving him shelter, granting his return to the west. So the H in him and his there capitalized, reflecting, I guess, the divine nature of the divine air.
Shinobi of the divine air, have you perhaps met with the high priest of Senpo Temple?
I found him. He was dead.
The high priest was infested. How could this come to be?
I do not know. However, he left this note.
I will take a look. I see. Consuming 2 persimmons of the serpent will allow one to become a cradle for the divine air. This will make it possible to return the dragon's heritage to its homeland. I shall become the cradle.
You're sure of this?
Of course. I am the only surviving divine child of the rejuvenating waters. Death does not come easily to me. Shinobi of the divine air, if you wish to take the path to return the dragon's heritage, then bring me 2 persimmons of the serpent.
Where should I begin?
I believe it is said that the liver of a great serpent is stained red like a persimmon. Shinobi of the divine air, have you acquired both persimmons of the serpent?
Yes, I've found them.
This shade of red, it is as I expected. A persimmon is an apt comparison.
You're actually going to eat them?
Of course. Doing so will allow me to become a cradle to return the dragon's heritage to its home. However, I hesitate to eat them in front of you. Please come back after some time.
And then rezoning one more time, we find that the doors to the inner sanctum temple are closed.
Again, water equals persimmons equals rice equals blood. What comes out of the false divine child? Rice is her blood. So her consuming the dried persimmons changes the nature of the fields that are her blood. It changes her into a cradle.
Oh, Shinobi of the divine air? Are you there?
Your eyes.
You have returned, Shinobi of the Divine Air. It appears I have succeeded in becoming the cradle. Could you please take my hand?
Yes. What?
It is cold, much like an ice house, which is why, see? My tears, they freeze as they flow down my face. These frozen tears, take them.
Tears that were shed by the divine child of rejuvenation once she became the cradle. They are but frozen drops. By having Kuro drink both the dragon tears and frozen tears, the cradling ritual can be performed. Cold dragon tears are just that.
Frozen tears. Does this mean...
Yes, I believe this is what the text referred to as cold dragon tears. The divine heir must drink them together with the dragon tears of the divine realm. If he does so, I believe Lord Kuro will be able to rest within the cradle. Shinobi of the divine heir, so you've acquired the tears of the dragon.
Yes.
The tears of the dragon. If Lord Kuro drinks them together with the frozen tears I provided, then he will be able to rest within my cradle.
What is it?
Hold out your hand.
All right.
Bless us with a silvery harvest.
It's cold.
With my body so cold, the rice shines with an icy gleam.
It's like fine snow.
That is true. Then that is what we shall call it. Shinobi of the divine air, this fine snow is yours.
Chilled silvery rice that's spilled from the palms of the child of rejuvenation gradually recovers vitality for a time, slightly more so than regular rice. The cold sweetens the rice. Rice is indeed precious. The flavor grows richer and richer, raising one's spirits higher than ever.
I accept.
Rice is precious. Please return should you want for more. Shinobi of the divine air, I pray that you will bring Lord Kuro safely to me.
And then, yeah, all we have left is the ending itself, which, once more, it starts the same, I'm at your side, and then...
Take the dragon tears. We must leave this place, my lord.
Lord Kuro, may you be at rest. Allow me to hold you in my heart. Everyone, it is time. I must depart. The journey to sever our ties with fate will be a very long one indeed. And yet, you still wish to join us.
I do.
You have my thanks, Shinobi of the Dragon. Know that Kuro shares my joy. Let us depart to the west, to the birthplace of the divine dragon.
Lord Kuro is held in the Divine Child's heart.
Yeah, you've been in one of those before when you went to go fight the Sakura dragon. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That's why you have to pray at the Maiko.
Oh, the Shrine Maiden. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And she's even dressed the same too. Oh, that's so clever, actually.
No. The Maiko is dressed in she's dressed in very ancient Japanese like
Never mind then.
Like she's dressed in very ancient Japanese like shrine maiden attire. But she's a cradle. And the Divine Child is more dressed as a Buddhist nun. The red strands hanging off her back are the eternal knot in Buddhism. Her entire outfit is dripping in Buddhist imagery. The Maiko is Shinto, as a Shinto shrine maiden. But I don't know how much time we've got, but we've got like Inari, like rice to talk about and how important rice is to Japan, period. Like in Japan, just like it's the staple food and it is deified.
Well, and in one of those documentaries I mentioned watching about the sort of end of the Sengoku era and the unification of Japan under Tokugawa Ieyasu, it's mentioned that all of these different sort of, I'm not sure how you would describe them, they're certainly not the prefectures of today's Japan, but the individual sub-kingdoms, I guess, that they paid their taxes to the capital in rice. Yeah. So I guess the next thing, when it mentions the West, so again, it's not capitalized. So when you look at a map, what is immediately to the west of Japan? And it's Korea.
Korea and China. China is way older than all of them.
This ending just sort of leaves us on a cliffhanger. We don't get to see whether they ever actually make it to their destination or where specifically their destination is.
Well, it's a reference to ancient thing, Journey to the West, which Dragon Ball is based on. Side note.
Okay, interesting.
So, like, I'm just bringing this full circle.
Is that why the Divine Dragon looks so much like Shenron?
Probably, but like, you mentioned it before, but Dragon Ball is based very loosely on Journey to the West, which is what Sekiro is referencing. And it's interesting that we are talking about this now because Japan and Korea have baggage. And it goes all the way back to when I date the Shrine Maiden at Fountainhead, which is Kofun period, which is 580. Korea, China, and Japan were having a lot of trade and stuff like that, which is where a lot of cultural pollination was having, and where the seven-branch sword came from. A gift from the semi-mythical Empress Jing.
So it's a reference to an actual item in, like, Korean history.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This is, Korean, China, and Japanese history right here. The TLDR is it was a gift. And basically it suggests that the dragon itself is, like, Korean in nature. The seven-branch sword in Sekiro. Also the Moonlight Greatsword, because it's Moonlight Blue, and it does pretty much the Moonlight Greatsword moveset, which is fun. So yeah, they're taking it back to the West. It's a very famous story. You can just watch Dragon Ball, I guess, or read Journey to the West. They remake it all the time in like television movies and stuff like that. So
that's a reference I completely missed. Okay, very interesting.
It's all very interesting. And I'm putting like a lot of information into.
Well, yeah, and obviously we don't have hours to talk about it. And I'm sure the viewers understand that you're simplifying things.
I'm very much simplifying. I don't know if Aegon's going to write like all these Wikipedia articles I'm dropping in Discord for you, but
probably not all of them, but at least one or two. Yeah, certainly.
It's a reference to Journey in the West. It goes into that, except it spins it the way Sekiro spins a lot of like the mythology. Like the headless are kind of spun up kappa yokai, but they're also corrupted heroes, of which Hanbei wanted no part of being, so he escaped. There's also Senpo experimenting with blood and creating the candies, because they create the candies out of the spirit falls, because they apparently knew about the spirit falls. It's a lot.
We will return to this. We don't need to cover everything today.
Yeah.
But
no, it's just like wet the whistle for maybe 3 years down the line.
But yeah, very interesting. I definitely need some more time to think through all the endings and the cultural references and stuff. So this won't be the last time we talk about Sekiro on the channel, certainly, but I hope you will all forgive me and understand that it will be a while before we get back to it, because I have a bunch of stuff to do before we can even return to Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore, and we can't do Sekiro Let's Talk Lore until we've done and completed Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore. That will be a while. So I thank you all for your patience. Painful Discourse writes on episode 6, as for the Shinobi shortcut, for me it was at first the biggest disappointment in otherwise stellar world design of Sekiro. But after a close inspection, it actually makes sense. If you look down on the white silhouette door, the jade symbol is not present on the other side when you flip. Also, while flipping before the screen goes black, you can see a shaft or a corridor continuing into the darkness, implying a route, hence the Shinobi escape route in the note by the Demon Bell. It's supposed to show there are connections lore-wise between some areas far apart, but not burden the player with actually traveling. FromSoft probably should have made a few second clip / cutscene of Wolf moving through some underground tunnel. So the reason I'm bringing this up, and I regret that I just didn't have time to prepare for this segment, but I suppose I will still mention in case any of you are interested, is that in The Power of Place, The Problem of Time by Keith Thor Carlson, a book I've mentioned on at least 1 or 2 other videos on this channel previously, the first chapter begins with a discussion of a series of tunnels which are said to exist in the lower Fraser River watershed of British Columbia, Canada. And I say said to exist in that they are part of the Aboriginal oral tradition, the oral histories of the Stalo people of the lower Fraser River. And so these tunnels are said, essentially what Painful Discourse said here is more or less the same idea. They are said to illustrate the connections between places, and that's hinted at in the title of this book, The Power of Place, The Problem of Time, that place is a very important thing, and the importance and significance of the landscape in particular is something that I've learned a heck of a lot about while writing my dissertation and drawing on secondary sources like that of Keith Thor Carlson's book, which is tremendous. But there is another comment which connects to this, which we'll get to in a minute. Next, we have on episode 8 a comment from Nuclear Mechanic, who argues that an invisible wall in a memory is reasonable. So with reference to my complaints about the invisible wall in the Hirata Estate River, if you never went there in the first place, you wouldn't be able to upon returning in a memory. If you're going to say that if you never went there in the first place, you wouldn't be able to upon returning in a memory. But I think that also works both ways, in that you should also be saying things like, because otherwise it suggests that Owl sort of had a conversation with Pot Noble Haranaga and went hunting for fish and bringing back, so like, you know, all these things that you can do in the Hirata Estate, but it's not likely that Owl did it. It's not likely that Kuro did it. I suppose we don't know, but
this is where the confluence between like pure mechanics and game design get hit with reality.
Okay, very interesting.
Note about your comment at 47 minutes about how you thought the cloud over the mountain looked like a mushroom cloud. It's not intentional. They're just representing what are called altocumulus lenticular clouds. Google some images because they're beautiful. They can be seen pretty regularly in some of the more beautiful and incidentally sacred mountainous areas of Japan.
Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing. When you look at the photo from Wikimedia Commons of a lenticular cloud over Mount Hood, it certainly looks like it's the same phenomenon, but FromSoft definitely made it more pronounced as a way of obscuring that area, as they are wont to do, as they've done in many other cases.
It was a symbol of like the dragon. I think somebody mentioned it too. Somewhere else. It's supposed to shield Fountainhead, but it's also a symbol of like the Sakura dragon. And because Emma talked about how Tomoe and Genichiro were dancing during parties, and then there's spiral clouds off in the distance, and that's what this is too.
Anthony Pappas writes, again also on episode 9, "Hey Aegon, I believe the elusive hall bell serves to reset the folding screen monkey positions and Sekiro's position mid-fight. It's quite easy to lose track of the separate monkeys over the course of chasing them, so using that item can make them reappear in their starting positions, and can save you a lot of misery compared to searching the entirety of the zone. That was how it appeared to function and how I made use of it in my first blind run anyway, and I can confirm that. As the item suggests, the folding screen monkeys you have already defeated won't respawn when you use them. As far as I know, the bell has no other functions. Assuming I have the right of it, it's an item that leans very heavily towards the game mechanics on your chart." So on my lore gameplay integration chart. Posting this as I'm watching the video. So no, it's not a needless post. And a couple of other people, Epic Failure 5 and JMH, pointed this out as well, that it's just to reset the positions of the monkeys. But like, now that I know that, looking back at the item description, it makes sense. But the way that the item description is phrased, they're obviously trying to be cute with the way they phrase it, and it's a play on words, you know, monkeys and wolves alike, ha ha ha, a wolf is a wolf. But I assumed, oh, that's in reference clearly to the monkeys in the world and the dogs in the world. Yeah. That you could use it to turn them into humans. And yeah. Dangerman Leet writes on episode 9, "The rats are specifically the infiltration type enemies that the Interior Ministry sends to Ashina to see the cracks in the defenses, which Ashina is increasingly desperate with its methods, such as bulls with flammable material, and see when is the right time to attack. Of course, Isshin is a living legend, despite being in a grave state of ill health, who can put down even the, I assume PETA means pain in the arse, magenta ninjas with ease as the Tengu persona he does for fun. My big problem with the combat system in this game is the fact that it feels like the posture damage you can dish while enemies have a high health bar is ridiculous as they recover it super quickly. When it becomes a pain in the rear as they recover it super quickly, while one player can take ages, especially the lower health the player has versus enemies who can be spongy in From Software games. Though it's arguably a problem in From Software games in general, with Soulsborne games especially, with stamina where it drains quickly, that makes, say, blocking with heavy shields with PvE pointless. However, with the addition of unblockable attacks that the red sign shows add an extra level of pain in the ass, where it's sometimes very hard to telegraph whether you should Mikuri counter or jump kick counter. It's very hard to do what the game intends to, build posture damage at enemies while you prevent posture damage yourself with deflect. As you mentioned, the mercury from the spirits and the parasites that appear in some enemies that are inflicted by the still rejuvenating waters are reoccurring themes in Soulsborne games. Quite the culmination now that we have an actual game set in late medieval / early modern Japan that From Software has done. Though people do say in games set in historical Japan that era is done to death, but for action strategy RPGs, etc., but it's a suitable setting in general that's easy as a canvas. Hopefully with Casitive you go into depth about the folklore of Japan. Oh yeah, on the PS4 Pro, not sure if you should bother with that with the PS5 coming out next year, though not sure if the Donald's tariffs will affect, yeah, so PS4 Pro, that was more of like me mentioning that because it's something that I would love to have one day, but yeah, it's not likely because I'm not going to be earning an income until I finish my dissertation and get a job, so yeah, that's not going to happen, regardless of whether the tariffs represent a problem for something like that. But next, Daredemon writes, "I'm sorry to hear that people's backseating is hurting your ability to enjoy this. I know for a fact that I found many of the comments frustrating to read myself. Perhaps if you're doing this again in the future, you should consider turning off comments until the playthrough is done. I'd much rather have a blind playthrough with no comments than a playthrough that makes you this unhappy. And I'd still like to see your insights on future..." I assume they mean FromSoft games and not Squaresoft games like Elden Ring, but yeah, thank you, Daredemon, but like I guess my thing is, and I had been trying my best to balance this, but my perspective on it is, if I'm not permitting comments, then it's pointless to upload the videos. That's why I built in a lag of several weeks, initially at least, because at this point, The penultimate episode is being released tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll be done and have this episode uploaded, but yeah, that, you know, I don't really see any point if the comments are disabled, so it really just comes down to a balancing act between the pointlessness of doing a playthrough with no comments and, you know, not being spoiled by the comments. So I'm not sure that I found the balance, or again, if I'm going to do this again, but that's mostly just because of the uncertainty with everything in my life right now. But Painful Discourse writes, "Hi, I found that the Buddha fire thing is connected to time of day changes. After beating main bosses, time of day progresses and most of the areas change in some way. I think communing again is supposed to hint the area has changed, look for new stuff, which is more apparent later in the game." So this I didn't know, but that's actually very interesting, and that makes sense. And you know, in reading this comment and then doing the New Game Plus thing, like, it seemed more or less to be accurate, that whenever it was indicating that you had just discovered a Buddha fire was generally because there was something that had changed in the area. So I actually think that's very helpful, if that is indeed the case.
So I haven't watched this completely yet, but I did hear the intro. Part of the enjoyment of the blind playthrough was witnessing the discovery, oh wow moments, skills learned, how you confront the various challenges, and first impressions interpretations. It honestly doesn't matter if it is perfectly played or if the hypotheses are correct. Those things can all be found in other types of videos. I enjoy the process, so please keep sharing it with us on the game and future games as well. One random thing I discovered recently in a news article was a story about the wolf children of Germany, who were orphans left behind in Prussia at the end of World War II and during the Red Army invasions. While not from the same time period or region, our wolf is similarly an orphan of war at the start of the game. Last, since you often discuss pedagogy, I was curious if your interest has ever brought you in contact with the book Reading with Patrick by Michelle Kuo. Have not read it myself, but I've heard it is an interesting story of the teacher-student relationship and questions of pedagogy.
So I'm actually the product of one of those wolf children, technically. And that's the main reason why I wanted to read out this comment, is that, yeah, just reading through it, I was like, oh, shit, that's my grandma. Because my poor grandma, when she was 13, that was the end of World War II, and she grew up in East Prussia, which was then Germany, but is today, I think, Poland. And when the Soviets came from the East, they essentially, you know, captured people. Like, you know, obviously war is dreadful in general, is one of the themes of this game, and children are orphaned all the time, and sexual violence is perpetrated. But, like, you know, you obviously hear a lot, and I don't think, yeah, this is a can of worms, this comment, but just because, you know, it brought to mind a lot of thoughts I have when people generally talk about World War II and about the complicity of the German people. But, you know, at least my understanding of the history of World War II and of the Third Reich in particular is that most of the German people didn't care for Hitler at all, or the Nazi ideology. And my grandmother shared a story with me about her dad, my great-grandfather, who apparently threatened Nazi propagandists when they would come to the door with their pamphlets and stuff. He threatened them with his shotgun. Get the fuck out of here. If you come back, I'll use this. But yeah, my grandma, at the end of World War II, essentially her entire family was dead. And she was a wolf child on the battlefield of World War II and was captured by Soviet soldiers, had horrific things done to her, but then escaped and went to, and I think I've told this story at least in one or two videos previously, but in this context it's particularly just, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that this is, you know, just this comment speaking generally about a thing. And I'm like, wow, if it weren't for my grandma being this incredibly strong, like, I'm about to earn a PhD, and my grandma didn't, she went to school until she was like 10 and never went to school again. She learned English without really knowing how to write or going to school or receiving any formal instruction, because after she escaped, the Soviet soldiers who had her in captivity, she went to the UK, to the British zone. And yeah, that's where she met my grandfather, who was an RAF pilot in World War II for the UK. So it's a very weird thing when you can sort of look back at something like that happened, and like, wow, if my grandma wasn't, Superwoman like she was, and I would be here today if she wasn't one of those wolves who were, quote unquote, who were orphaned on the battlefield of World War II. So, yeah. I have not read Reading with Patrick by Michelle Kuo, though, but yeah, maybe one day I will. So thank you for this comment, because it just helped me to look at things a little bit differently, which I always appreciate. Beruppable writes, "Oh, those snapseeds, good for nothing." And Ignaz Jorgensen, probably butchered your name, very kindly came to my defense and said, I'm pretty sure he was joking. I wasn't joking. I honestly didn't know what they were good for. I've since seen how they are to be used, but at the time I had no idea, and so I wasn't joking. I literally...
They're kind of ridiculous in speedrun.
Yeah, well, and so that's what I noticed, it being used against the corrupted monk. But yeah, very interesting.
I think one of the poor things is that Inosuke gives it to you before Lady Butterfly, and it's not the most helpful thing against Lady Butterfly, because her illusions you can just kind of ignore. But like, it's very useful against corrupted monk. So
yeah, I've since learned that, but yeah. Candidate writes, so about the Interior Ministry, this is something that the game never really explicitly goes into, because it's a Japanese game made for a Japanese audience. It assumes that you know what the deal is. The narrator at the beginning told us that this is the Sengoku period. Japan lost nearly all central authority and was split into various fiefdoms, vying both for land and what little central authority was left. That's what Isshin meant when he talked about the state of the country being how he could seize control of Ashina. Of course, the narrator also says that this is the end of the Sengoku period, so it's when central authority was being consolidated by Tokugawa Ieyasu, not as emperor, because at this point the emperor held no actual power whatsoever, but as a shogun, a military commander that exercised authority in the emperor's name. And at one point Tokugawa's title was Interior Minister. So the Interior Ministry is the Tokugawa shogunate, who would go on to rule Japan until the 19th century. It's apparently a very common motif in Japanese media to have a Sengoku-era setting end with everybody getting stomped by Tokugawa. Oh, and Sekijo is the same naming convention for Sekiro, but with the sculptor's animal name instead of wolf. And so this is something that I would have pointed out earlier in the episode during the credits of the Immortal Severance ending, when I noticed that Sekiro was listed, the voice actor was listed in the credits as Sekiro the One-Armed Wolf. And so I was like, oh, so Sekijo is the one-armed orangutan. I went on Wikipedia and looked just out of curiosity. I was like, would the color of the samurai armor of the people of the interior, would it match the red color that we see of the Interior Ministry? And at least for this one folding screen that I found on Wikimedia Commons, which is said to depict what was the last the biggest battle of the period during which Tokugawa Ieyasu was consolidating power. This is supposed to be the biggest battle. And if you zoom in real close, you can see that at least some of the samurai, yes, indeed, are wearing red armor very similar to that which you find with the Interior Ministry's armor when they invade Ashina Castle towards the end of the game. So, possibly a coincidence, but yeah, very interesting nevertheless, I thought. Sable May writes, it's very easy to see why Genichiro is using anything he can to save Ashina after seeing how much better the Interior Ministry forces are. Ashina would get destroyed very quickly without the rejuvenating waters and Dragon's heritage. Who's to blame for not having an army strong enough to defend Ashina? Is it Genichiro's fault? Isshin's? Is it our fault for us helping to essentially clear a path? Or was it inevitable that Ashina would be taken over again? I think, in part at least, the game is trying to argue that the unification of Japan was an inevitability. Am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, like I think Isshin was ready for it to fall apart. I'm sure Genichiro would blame himself for it falling apart because somehow he would have failed in whatever duties he had built up in his mind. Because again, he's adopted and he drank the Kool-Aid and he's trying very hard to overcompensate. And it is kind of our fault for killing military officers in our way to like get Kuro. So there's a lot of people, there's a lot of things at play. But like Owl was sure that Sekiro would do what he did to go find Kuro, which is why Genichiro was told to get Kuro in the first place.
So he was playing both sides, kind of.
Owl was playing his own side. He was just using everybody. Tokugawa Ieyasu and the Interior Ministry and Oda Nobunaga were an inevitability.
Traceries writes, one of the coolest things I've heard regarding this game is the hint at Owl's motives in the intro cinematic, when he cuts the cheek of the wolf. I remember thinking it was...
This comes from me, actually.
Oh, really?
It was in my stream that I realized this. So
it's pretty clever, actually.
Hey, Tracy. It hit me really hard when I was playing because the Divine Heir is very clear in saying that no regular weapon can hurt him. Like Owl just walking right up to him and slicing his cheek open looks like this random thing he does because it's Owl, but no, he's checking to see if he's Divine Heir.
Very interesting and a nice little tidbit that you can go back and make sense of that after the fact.
Fascinating. Will you join me, starving wolf?
On that day, a young cub was taken from the battlefield. He trained relentlessly and indeed went on to become a master shinobi.
Listen, Wolf. You must never forget the shinobi code. As your father, my word is absolute. Your master's is a close second. As of today, he is your master. Defend him with your life. If he is taken, bring him back at any cost. You understand me, don't you, Wolf?
DB for Life writes, awesome gameplay. I really loved Sekiro. The bosses, the story, the areas, everything was perfect. Only problem I had with the game was it had a lot of backtracking and replaying the same areas. Sable May argued in response that they did a great job in making the retread of areas interesting and different. It fit with the story of Ashina being overrun by the Interior Ministry. On the one hand, I agree with DB for Life that in general we are sort of conditioned to see backtracking as a bad thing. But in the context of this game, I feel like they did a much better job of showing how, because in video games, you visit a land once and that's that, more or less, with this attitude towards backtracking, right? But like in reality, land is where things happen. When something happens on a particular parcel of land, that's not the only thing that ever happens there, right? Like different things happen there over time. And I don't know that any video game has really done a tremendous job of conveying how a given landscape can change gradually over time, or that the context in which you move through a landscape can change in a way that's meaningful and interesting. And I don't know that Sekiro necessarily accomplished that, but I would argue that they came close and that they made important strides towards actually accomplishing that. Fine Karpa writes, did you ever figure out what the nobles do once the meter fills up the abnormality? And the answer is yes. It enfeebles you, as you will have seen either earlier in this episode or the previous one. I think it's earlier in this episode. That is to say, you can't move. Your health bar, your vitality bar becomes just basically a shred. And that's happened, I think, to me twice. Both times I died almost immediately, though. So does something different happen? Like if you're enfeebled and it's just a Miss Noble there, or just a Noble, Do they actually like suck youth out of you somehow?
If you get enfeebled, they're sucking the youth out of you because they were working on Durasane at the same time. It's basically Durasane. If you kill the one that enfeebled you, there's a special animation that Sekiro does to suck it back out.
Okay.
The youth back out.
That's very interesting.
So he retakes his youth and vitality.
That's very interesting. Again, another mechanic that I wouldn't quite describe it as half-baked, but it would have been interesting to see them do a little bit more with that, because I went through the whole game pretty much without being enfeebled. So, although, yeah, I guess you wouldn't want it to be too overpowered.
It's horrible to think about because the twins, the daughters of the carp noble guy, are like 10 years old, and they're in suddenly bodies of old women because they've gotten enfeebled to the point where they're like...
Oh,
you didn't realize?
No, I didn't know.
I thought I said that, and you like...
Well, you hinted at that earlier, but like, wow, okay. Yeah, that's dreadful.
They're young children. They're like 10 years old, and they're in bodies of old women because they keep getting enfeebled by the jerks around them.
So that's why, because like, oh, wow. That's why I keep making Durasane references,
because you get to kill children in Durasane like 5 times.
Oh, wow, okay.
In VR. So
that's dreadful.
In pretty much the same way. So, hey, go play Durasane, everybody. Just saying.
Next we have one Roz, who writes, Tai Chi is very different, slower, and breathing focused. That looks more like a dance or martial art, form or kata. Never practiced Japanese kenpos, so not sure about the name. Sometimes there is not much difference between the two. And Legather writes, I imagine it's Komari that the ball kickers are practicing, or an influence/derivation thereof.
I'm pretty sure it's Komari, which it was a courtly game back then in noble courts, so it makes sense that the Omikami women, because there's two. There's the Omikami women, who are the samurai, and the Miss Nobles, who are men. And that probably says something to begin with.
Yeah.
The Omikami women hanging around in their masks and stuff. They're playing Kimari in their spare time.
Did you want to read Sable May's comment?
They call him an orangutan because he lived with the monkeys. He's not an actual monkey. They also call him Sekijo, or Sekijo, which means one-armed orangutan. I wonder if Isshin named him like he named us. It hints at the cyclical nature of the sculptor and makes me wonder if there was a sculptor before Sekijo.
Yeah, very well said. I've wondered about that too, but it seems like, at least as far as the game is concerned, as far as the text of the game is concerned, that we are likely like just the second in the cycle. But yeah, this is something I wanted to talk about more, but I'm like already half an hour past my time here, so I think I'm just going to leave it at that for now. But the cycle of Sekiro is something I'm very intrigued by. I'd be very interested in hearing everyone's thoughts in the comment section below. Shiny Sorrow writes, I just love the design of the Fountainhead Palace. It is so very pretty and also in a way alien to the rest of the game. All the nobles and their appearances kinda give the feeling of aliens pretending to be Japanese nobles, like the dogs and the bull. So somehow the waters are both giving this slug look to people and making them immortal, which is interesting and really weird. No clue if the noble's appearance has any ties in Japanese myth, or if it's just from still being on an eldritch kick from Bloodborne. Also, another interesting thing is the dragon. It fires off wind slashes at you and seems to be only using wind-related moves. So does that mean that the lightning is not something that comes from the dragon? Also, an interesting thing about that is in Chinese myth, there's a Chinese myth / saying that tigers bring winds while dragons bring clouds. Also, the azure dragon in the constellations has wood as its element. Might explain its tree connection. Still not sure where the lightning comes from and what origin it has, and how throwing lightning has somehow become an art form, which makes me even more interested in Tomoe and how she apparently tamed lightning, since from its use it seems to be very anti-dragon directed. Edit just remembered that sometimes wind is what replaces wood in these base elements, so it might be an explanation why it's throwing around slashes of wind. I can't remember what the Japanese one is though. The Chinese one is fire, earth, metal, wood, and water. Casitive and Shiny Sorrow had a very interesting comment exchange, if I recall correctly, following this comment, so I would recommend checking that out on episode 12. But did you have any... I know that we talked a little bit earlier about what you think the dragon is, and I don't think you agree with Shiny Sorrow's suggestion here, but did you have any thoughts on that?
Other than what I wrote in the responses, like, there's not much, but I think to reiterate, because I think I mentioned this before, but the Sakura dragon is the Sakura tree. The Fountainhead's Sakura tree is the Sakura dragon. It is basically a wooden dragon. Trees and dragons, being FromSoft traditions, are put into one thing, wielding the Moonlight Greatsword, I mean the seven-branch sword, in cinematic fight with the Sakura dragon.
Okay. Vodka Foley writes, you're not far off about the cherry blossom's significance in Japan. There's even a festival, the National Hanami Festival, literally flower viewing, revolving entirely around the blooming of cherry blossoms, and it's such a culturally significant event that even the Japanese Meteorology Office used to forecast it so everyone can plan parties in parks to observe the fleeting beauty of life, symbolized by these short-lived blossoms. There's even national cherry blossom festivals in Europe, the US, and other East Asian countries. So this reminded me of something, and that is, crud, where was I going with this? Flower viewing. So, a really insignificant point I wanted to make here, which is essentially that the Buddha fire that's called the flower viewing stage, I would assume in Japanese that that's called the Hanami stage or something?
Yeah, Hanami, yeah.
Hanami stage, and so you're supposed to be there.
Hana means flower, mi uses the kanji for viewing or looking.
It's too bad that the Great Carp saw fit to destroy it, but... And finally, whatchamacallit writes, I'll be honest, I was hoping you would get sucked by the old fishmen. Anyways, nice job putting two and two together on the sculptor and that boss. One interesting thing to note is that if you eavesdrop on enough bits of info, Wolf will come to the realization himself. I've yet to hit that point, but I've seen it on the internet, so it must be true. So... this is something I meant to do in capturing all of my New Game Plus footage, but it's something that I neglected to do, in part just because I couldn't be bothered to go deal with the Demon of Hatred again. So, does that, like, what are the consequences of Wolf's realization that that's the sculptor? Does anything actually change, or does he mention?
No, I think everybody's, like, off doing their own thing, so he doesn't have anybody to, like, talk to about it anyway. So
the woman in Isshin's watchtower, she asks you if you know who it is, and Wolf says no.
If he says no while knowing it is, you can probably surmise that he's protecting the sculptor. If he doesn't know and he says no, you could just surmise that he's telling the truth. So he's being, you could think of him as being circumspect, or you can think of him as being kind of aloof.
Okay,
so,
interesting.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to hear if he has any new dialogue, because, like, he is kind of dense when you think about it, because when you kill him, he says, "Thank you, Wolf." Like, why would a random demon be saying that to you? Like, that didn't trigger his spidey sense at all, it would seem. Any last thoughts before we call it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I could talk about Sekiro all day, but, like, we don't have enough time for that.
Yeah,
so
unfortunately. All right, well, I'm gonna go start getting packed to move because I'm moving in a week. So you will be seeing this episode, I imagine, around the time when I will have already moved. But this is going to be the last specifically created for YouTube content that you're going to see for a while. And I sincerely apologize for that, but just real life things that I have to deal with have mounted to the point where, you know, there's not much point of having spent 7 years in grad school if I don't finish the last like 1% of my PhD. So I'm going to focus my energy on doing that. I will try my best to do a stream or two in the meantime, so follow me on Twitter if you haven't already done so, because that's where I announce when I'm going to stream, if I am going to stream. I would also recommend likewise following Casitive on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, links to all three of which will be in the video description below. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Casitive, for coming on to discuss the game with me.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. And thank you guys for listening to my rants and ratings. So
I think I can speak for the audience when I say that it's our pleasure. So again, this is going to be the last content for a while. So once more, I hope you will all forgive me for that and understand. But at some point soon, I think it's actually me, Casitive, and maybe one additional guest who will be returning to discuss the untended graves in Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore. But I can't promise just yet when that will be, but hopefully in the not too distant future when I have a job and I'm actually making money for the first time in 7 years. So yeah, adulthood. Woo. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you very, very much for joining us, and we will see you in the next one. Do you want to say goodbye?
bye. I didn't know. I didn't know if you were doing that.
Well, so we did it the last few times, so I figured.
I was staring at my screen.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I think I'm gonna leave that in the episode. Okay, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.